You pull ahead of me so I can see what. No, you're messing up my line. I'll pull ahead.
I might have made a mistake there. So at first I wasn't going to do Survivor. Got wilted in, which I have been on his pair twice and I would have won Survivor. Well, not one. Both times that I was able to say, oh, we're together? Okay, I'll put it. But now with you, and you dragged me down. Yeah, so
now you're going to get the right I always do. Seven? Yep. Two? It's almost like everybody else. At least that was. First week, I don't know. I started every 2 weeks. Second rotation. No, we started. That's right. Just you can break it down. Just went live.
All right, bowlers, welcome back to week number 5 of our American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series here at Country Lanes. Thank you once again, everybody, for coming out and hanging out with us here on a Wednesday evening in the summertime. We've got 40 bowlers registered today for today's event, so we're going to have a great time tonight. A couple quick announcements before we get going once again. I want to let everybody know about our 3rd annual Swing and Strike Challenge that is coming up here at Country Lanes. It's a fundraiser for DSA that combines a foursome of golf at Whitnall down the street and also bowling on an outdoor custom bowling lane. If you're interested in signing up for that tournament, check out our Facebook page and our website. You'll see all the details out there for that. Also, we have started our new Baker's Dozen Trios tournament. Just had our first shift this past Friday. I can say, both promoting it and from bowling on the shift, it is an incredibly fun format. 3-person Baker format where you rotate your lineup throughout 12 Baker games. Fantastically fun tournament. If you want to get signed up for that, once again, that is also on our Facebook page. Also on our website, we've got flyers here for that. You can just scan the QR code and get signed up for that tournament. Any questions on that, please see me or Eric Pearson. We'll get you all the details on that. We've got another squad coming this Friday, so if you're interested, please just let us know. We got some great $3 drink specials here for you tonight. We've got $3 Pacifico cans, $3 neutral seltzers with the black cherry and lime flavors, $3 High Noons in passion fruit or the tea flavors, and also $3 Bird Dog whiskey shots in the peach flavor. So if you want to grab any of those, please see Maddie, Jim, or Eric behind the bar. They'll get that taken care of for you. If anybody wants to see the updated standings for the Summer Sweeper Series, since we are 4 weeks completed into a 14-week season this year, you can see where they're at up here at the bowling counter for the scratch division, the main division, and also the senior standings as well, along with the pattern that we're bowling on tonight. Today is the WTBA Paris pattern, a 47-foot pattern. That one was chosen by our guest in the booth this week. We've got Matt Gasn here from Top Notch Pro Shop. So Matt is going to be joining Mr. Phil Brylow in the booth for all the fun commentary during the qualifying rounds today. So be sure to tune in, check out the live feed. You can hear what they're talking about. Share that on the social medias so everybody can see you bowling and also chime in and hear everything they've got to talk about tonight. Also, extra prizes tonight. The top 9 are going to be able to get their choice of the top-notch chamois that are up here at the desk. And the top 4 are also going to get themselves each 1 ticket to Summerfest as well. So all those prizes, in addition to the championship bucket from Holtz Motors, the weekly belt for the Summer Sweeper Series, and of course the cash for the top 9 tonight. So lots of stuff going on. Lots of things you can win. Also a reminder, one of our rules in the Summer Sweeper Sweeper Series is that you can double your points on any given night that you earn in the main event. In order to do that, you have to tell us prior to your first scoring ball being thrown that you would like to double your points for that event. If you remember last week, D'Artagnan chose to double his points and won the event, put himself into first place currently in the series. So if you feel like after throwing some practice shots, if you think, hey, you know what, I can really hit this pattern, let us know if you want to double your points this night. But again, it has to be to us here at the front counter prior to your first scoring ball being thrown if you make that decision. Another quick reminder, just one lane courtesy when you're out there bowling through the qualifying rounds. And you will be skipping pairs to the right for anybody who hasn't bowled this event before. So for example, if you're on lanes 1 and 2, your second game would be bowled on 5 and 6, and then your third game over to 9 and 10. Again, any questions, come see us here at the bowling counter. Ask those around you. Lots of folks have been through this on this tournament here before. So any questions, again, scoring sheets will be coming out here in just a little bit. We'll get the lanes turned on here for your 10 minutes of practice. Go ahead and push on both the stanchions, the blue check marks, and then next, and then play. And that'll get those 10 minutes started up for you. Good luck, everyone, and great bowling.
All right, there we go with the announcements from Kevin Meyer, our host proprietor here at Country Lanes in Franklin. We are underway with practice. 10 minutes of practice for our players. On the WTBA 47-foot Paris pattern, so something a little tougher than the bowlers saw last week. Might not be as tough as we saw 2 weeks ago. Nice variety of patterns this summer once again here at Country Lanes. I'm $2 Phil Brylow taking you through the evening once again. Thanks to Kevin and Leanne Meyer for bringing me in all season long. Thanks again to American Place Casino for being our great sponsor. When we get into our top 4 finals, bowlers will have the chance to win free play from American Place Casino if they can pull off a jackpot shot with a strike, if their head pin happens to be our red, white, and blue pin, or if they leave just that pin as a single pin spare and pick it up. No matter where it is in the rack on the first ball, leave that red, white, and blue pin as your single pin spare, pick it up, and you'll also get the spare for dough, either of those worth $50 in free play, thanks to our friends at American Place Casino, and thanks to our friends at Holtz Motors. Once again, our winner will receive the Champions Bucket, that great bucket full of car care products for the interior and exterior of the winner's vehicle. That prize alone worth almost $200 between chamois and cleaners and sponges and all. I mean, top quality Adams Polishes products. Once again, I want to thank our friends at Holtz Motors. Right up the road here, Highway 100 and Forest Home in Hales Corners, for all their support of the Summer Sweeper Series. About 8 minutes of practice left. Matt Gasn, Top Notch Bowling, will be joining me in the booth. And we'll get you player introductions coming up in a few minutes here from Country Lanes. All right, looks like our final total in the field is going to be 44 bowlers taking in the lanes. And as always, no matter what the number is to start in the field for total bowlers. We are going to cut to our top 18 after 3 games of qualifying, as we're into our final 20 seconds of practice. Once we know our top 18 after the qualifying, those 18 bowlers will have their pinfall drop, and they will bowl 1 game. Top 9 scores out of that game with handicaps, if applicable, will advance to the aptly named round of 9 for a single game, starting from 0. And the top 4 scorers in that round of 9 advance to our top 4 finals. And that top 4, as always, will be held on lanes 3 and 4 here at Country Lanes in Franklin. Once again, the 47-foot World 10-Pin Bowling Association pattern is what these players are bowling on today. Let's give you your bowlers on the lanes that they're on. They may not come up A through D respectively as I read them off, because bowlers sometimes just move themselves around. They're not locked into a particular letter until they throw their first ball. So on lane 1, your bowlers are going to be Adam Tates. Jeff Anderson is using a double points night tonight. Brian Bremer and Mitch Ortley. Mitch we saw in the finals a couple of weeks ago on a tougher pattern, so Mitch could be one of the early favorites. Chris Hoffman, Jess Anderson, and Nick Wetzel will be your bowlers, F, G, and H. On lane 2, over on 3 and 4, Scott Schultz. Nice to see Scott for the first time this season. Dominique Fortson, Carson Kenny, and Mike Kingstad. In no particular order, looks like Carson Kenny's going to be your A on lane 3. Lane 4, Alejandro Gallegos, Leighton Barlow, Dylan Zimmerman, your F through H, respectively, on lane 4. If you have any questions for Matt Gasn, especially this time of the year, looking at all the new bowling balls that will probably be coming out right after Bowl Expo in Nashville, first couple of days in July. He may already have a sneak peek or two. I don't know what he's going to be able to tell us about him, but he's usually pretty good at finding out the ins and outs, what's going to be new. And you can ask some questions about any equipment you have, about all kinds of stuff.
I'm sorry? I didn't know which ball.
So drop them into the chat on YouTube, or if you're watching us on Facebook, on the $2 Phil and 10 on the Deck channel. You can drop it in the comments. Amber, thanks for watching. Hopefully, if you're flying to Vegas, hopefully it's a smooth one for you. Hopefully, or if you're driving, hopefully you're missing those storms in Iowa that are heading this way. We already had round 1 today. We're going to get round 2 tonight, and I guess we're going to have a couple more rounds tomorrow here in Milwaukee of some pretty nasty storms. So safe travels. Good luck to you once you get out there. A few bowlers light tonight. I know that we've got bowlers like Amber and Sue Dashner that I bowl a lot of the weeks that are on their way out to Women's Nationals in Vegas. We got a few that are out to Men's Nationals, or actually the Open Championships as they're called now, out in Reno. But still a great turnout with 44, the Hammer and Hank salute. 44 bowlers in the field this evening. We'll let everybody get a good view once. Once again, don't forget, you can watch any of the pair feeds with the ambient audio on the 10 on the Deck YouTube channel. A lot of people like watching us. They keep us on in the main feed. And open a second tab and watch their favorite bowler every shot all the way through. So that's one of the great things about using YouTube as our streaming host. Double tabbing's fairly easy. Noel, it's the Strike Central feed on YouTube as the commentary. So, all right, McDougal, I'm holding you to that. If I get it down, I'm going to go get my car washed tonight because I'm going to park it underground because I don't have to go anywhere tomorrow. So, if it rains on my way home tonight, after I get my car washed, Mr. McDougal, I'm holding it on you. I said, a few players, good to see you in the chat, even though you didn't make it here tonight. We know life can throw some curveballs at you here and there if you're planning on doing so. We had a couple late drops today. But you know what? That's the good part about this Summer Sweeper Series. You make it when you can. If you can make it every week, beautiful. If you can't make it every week, not the end of the world. Because you can still, with enough good finishes in a few weeks, you can make that top 5 overall in the points standing for the season, and that's the best part, is at the top 5. We're going to have a very special edition of the Brew City Bowling Show airing in September to kick off our Brew City Bowling Show season. And that season kickoff will have a $1,000 first place prize thanks to Country Lanes. Over $2,000 overall in that stepladder finals for our top 5 points. Let's get you over the lanes 5 through 8, 5 and 6 just getting underway, so you're going to see their scoreboards pop in as they get through their A through D. Lane 5, Jaden Kenny, Dylan Tyson, Riley Champion, and Sam Arizari will be your A through D. Just find your favorite bowler, see where they end up. Ian Kloss will be your F, Lori Exner will be your G, and John Zancanaro will be your H on lane 6. Lori looking to make it 3 weeks in a row in the top 4, and I would not bet against her making it through the field and getting there once again. On lane 7, Steve Bequest. He's going to be your bowler A. John Simonson, your bowler B, and Sam Medita Conchi looks like is going to be your bowler C. Nope, that's wrong, because I saw Steve up there. I thought he was bowling. So Simonson's going to be your A. You'll have to figure out who your B and C are between Bequest and Medina Conchi. Lefty Hungelman, though, is your F. Then Emma Johnson and last week's champion, D'Artagnan Sellers, your G and H on lane 8. And that's going to make it a little tougher for Lefty there, as he had that 7-pin spin a little bit and then gets stood back up. It could make it a little easier if he hooks at it to put the ball between the 2 and the 7. And once again, everybody, if you can't stay up late enough, and we know a lot of people got to work in the morning, and we know a lot of people appreciate what we do, is we'll get that top 4 matchup in the finals. We'll cut that out and repost that to the 10 on the Deck Facebook page either late tonight or early tomorrow morning, so you'll be able to watch those finals at your convenience. I know a lot of you dropped notes to me appreciating that, and yeah, it saves having to go through and search for it the next morning. Catch them with a couple of practice shots, and we get right into the finals on that replay. And of course, the winner's interview. And once again, thanks to our friends at Holtz Motors for the Champions Bucket, over $200 in free play, or pardon me, over $200 in value in automotive car care products in that Champions Bucket from Holtz Motors. And if you're looking to buy a new or used vehicle, that inventory on the used side starting to saw a few good-looking cars on the lot today as I drove past on my way here. So, and I just had my oil change last Wednesday on my Equinox at the service center at Holtz Motors. If you have a GM vehicle, boy, I'll tell you what, they make sure you are taken care of. If you need tires, one of the great things about Holtz Motors for tires as well, lifetime tire rotations on any tires purchased there for free. So we'll get over to lanes 9 through 12 in a little bit. So you can take a look on that, and then we'll get our friend Matt Gasn in the booth and start talking top notch. And you can see her with this 47-foot pattern, as you saw there for Ian Kloss. You miss a little to the outside of your target, and that ball will stay there. You're not going to get the bounce back you got last week on a 6-to-1 pattern. This pattern's a little over 2-to-1. Inside to outside on both sides of the lane. We'll watch what Lori Exner does here as she tries to make it 3 straight top 4 finals. Thanks to Lori for the shout out over the last couple of weeks for not only being able to rewatch the finals when she got home and learned a few things about her stance that she fixed to make the finals 2 weeks in a row, but for letting everybody else know that they can watch at their convenience. So here we go on lanes 9 through 12. John Halaska, Jude Anderson, Ben Medina, and Steve Belanda, the Hammer. Your A through D on lane 9. Your F through H, week 1 champion Todd Drouillard. Or pardon me, week 2 champion Todd Drouillard. Scott Wilterdink and Peyton Nabeck. Your F through H looks like Nabeck is your F. On your scoreboard on lane 10. Thanks once again to our friends at Lane Talk for providing the great scoring graphics we're able to use here all summer long. And if you're looking to try Lane Talk, because all kinds of great features on that app. Keep track of the bowling balls you use, on what patterns you bowl on, and whatever house you bowl on. Even if they don't have Lane Talk, you can punch the frames in manually and keep track of your average, your spare conversions, all the great stats you see on the PBA show. Available to you on the Lane Talk Pro app, and it's a free 30-day trial. Just go to lanetalk.com to check out the details on that trial and download the app on either the Google Play Store or the Apple Store. Lanes 11 and 12, Gordon Croman, Leo Voss, Rob Kenny, your A through C at some point in time. Looks like trying to see who that might be on. Looks like Voss is your bowler C, and Voss having some problems right now as he's looking at his 4th straight open. At least it wasn't a split. Kellen Ballowitz, Lucas Will, Jill Zenkowski, your F through H. First time we've seen Jill here this season. Good to have new faces hitting the lanes. As we said, this is get in any week that you want. Bowl as often as you want. You want to try it once or twice, we're happy to have you. You want to bowl every week of the season, we love you. Trying to get that $1,000 first place prize at the end of the season. Let's see what Rob Kenny's doing here. Rob's going to like these types of patterns as we've watched Rob the first few weeks. Due to injuries over the years, Rob, a very rev-dominant player, uses a lot of polyester equipment, even some highly polished urethane equipment. Doesn't really have reactive resin in the bag anymore. One may think with the length of the pattern and his slower ball speed, he might be able to continue the strings that you're seeing now. He's on a 3-bagger. Well, he caught a break, leaves just the 10. So week 5, 2 more weeks after tonight before we'll hit the summer break here at Country Lanes. Normally it's just the 4th of July week, but with some remodeling coming up, you can see here on the tile behind the approaches on lanes 9 through 12, all the tile, all the old brickwork, all the tables, all going bye-bye. Full remodel to make it a little easier for ADA compliance. We talked to Kevin about that last week. Lots of Special Olympians, that bowl here, and makes it easier on families, makes it easier on groups. So it's going to be interesting to see the changes once the old stuff's ripped out, the new floor is poured, and the new vinyl plank flooring, carpeting, and all kinds of other goodies are laid down here at Country Lanes. Looking forward to seeing the after. Might even stop in, check out some of the demolition while it's happening. I think it'd be pretty fun to watch Kevin Meyer with a jackhammer taking out these brick walls that a lot of these countertops and tabletops sit on here in the center. I think they've been here since, oh God, they got to be here at least. I don't know if they've been here since they opened, but it's definitely a while. So that's where they have all the house balls, that type of thing, on the racks that are underneath those, or in front of those brick walls, I should say. So not surprising, we got a couple of strings going here. There you see Medina. He was on a opening 4-bagger, but then smashed. Solid 9. Ben Medina threw his first 300 game in competition a couple weeks back at the regional I was covering down in Lockport, Illinois. So always good to see these young players not afraid of a challenge. And hopefully have some more PBA regional streaming information for everybody coming up soon. I know a lot of you tune in to watch Cam Crow.
Miracles happen every day.
All right, and now joining me in the booth, good to have this gentleman with us this evening from Top Notch Bowling, Matt Gasn. Matt, how are you tonight?
I'm great. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. Did you just get back from, or are you heading to nationals or getting back from nationals?
No, we don't actually bowl nationals until like the second to last week of the tournament for the men's side. We're going to Vegas to watch the ladies bowl this weekend.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, good. Yeah, there's a lot of quality ladies there with, I know your fiance.
Yeah, she bowls with Katie and Ashley and all the Whitewater girls.
Yeah. So I got to ask, because I've never asked this before. How did you name the pro shop? Top Notch Bowling. Usually you hear things that's always pro shop, pro shop, pro shop. You're Top Notch Bowling. So what was the thought process behind Top Notch Bowling?
Actually, it's kind of a funny story. I've always known that at some point I was probably going to own shops. So like I've had this name in the back pocket for a while. But I had two names that I was kind of trying to choose between, and it was either going to be Top Notch Bowling or Infinite Bowling Supply. And when it came down to it, the reason I chose Top Notch was, and I'm glad I did because I think now I think it's better. But Team IBS was didn't sound too good with the hashtag on the socials. So
yeah, Team IBS. That's also you're getting ads for prescriptions sent to you. And,
yeah, exactly. Right, like all the algorithms these days. You're gonna who knows what's showing up in the feed.
weed shops from Illinois. That kind of thing for IBS. So Top Notch. So there's two locations.
Yep.
A lot of people are familiar with the location in Waukesha inside of Foxview Lanes, but there's also another location that you acquired kind of relatively shortly after you opened up at Foxview.
Yeah. Actually, the original plan was, we acquired it from Lenny. Lenny Borish has been at that location for like 40 years or something like that. And obviously, he's at a point in his life where he was kind of looking to back it down a little bit. And so the original plan was to get into that location, and it just wasn't working out in the time frame that I wanted it to.
Okay.
I was kind of ready to get out of the industry and kind of start my own thing, and the opportunity at Foxview came up with Cassie and Stefan Hanen, and I took that. And then, literally within 30 days of me being there, Lenny called me and was like, I think I'm ready to get out. And I was like, okay. So, yeah, I bit off a little more than I could chew for sure to start, but...
Well, you got some good help at the Racine location as well.
Yeah,
so.
Lenny's still there. He still has a lot of customers that come to him, and he has some set hours there. But he's when someone needs something from him, they'll shoot him a text or give him a call or whatever, and he'll pop by and drill balls or do whatever he's got to do there. And I think he's given some lessons here and there to people. And then we got Brian. Brian was an awesome acquisition. Not a lot of people know who Brian is or realize. Brian's got a USBC Eagle. He's got a Team All Events Eagle from, I want to say it was in the late 90s. But the other thing people don't realize, he's a USBC Gold level coach. He was brought up with Bill Spagner over in Hawthorne Lanes in Illinois. He had the shop inside of Hawthorne Lanes for about 10 or 15 years before it became Brunswick Zone. He's lots of experience in the industry, a smart guy, and so we were super lucky to grab a hold of him because not a whole lot of guys like that floating around.
Yeah, the pro shop world sometimes is a smaller world than most people think nowadays. It seems like because in an area like Milwaukee, obviously, more pro shops, more bowlers, that kind of thing, and then. You probably have a lot of people that travel because a lot of smaller bowling centers outstate, they might only have a guy that, I don't want to use the term garage driller, but...
It's more remote. Yeah, it's just more remote. I've got probably 30 or 40 people that I ship to. So I've got a decent amount of people. I've got people in South Dakota that I ship to. I've got people in, Minnesota. I've got people in Iowa. I've got people in Illinois. I've got someone in Michigan. I've got people all over the Midwest that have either found me through socials that sent me a ball that I copied their specs off of and started sending them equipment. And I've got people that knew me prior to opening the shops that wanted me to start drilling for them once I opened the shop. And so
because you spent a lot of years as basically right out of college, right? You were a sales rep for Ebonite, was it?
I was. So Yeah, I got hired out of right out of college by Ebonite. My first role there was technical coordinator, which basically I answered all the emails and phone calls that came in about, from people with either warranty issues or technical questions, or pro shops would call in with some technical questions about balls, and I would kind of walk them through some things. And like very shortly into that role, I started doing all of the ball testing, that kind of, translated into doing not all of it, but a lot of the ball development with Rich Hansen at the time, and,
Okay.
and Rob Gottschall was involved in it a little bit when he was in town because he was doing the tour repping.
Yeah.
And then the last couple months I was there, Jason Couch he was the Southeast rep for Ebonite. And he left and went to go work for Ace Mitchell, which is one of the distributors in the bowling industry.
Yeah.
And I took over that region for like the last couple of months before Brunswick bought them. And then right when Brunswick bought them, COVID hit.
Yeah.
So I was out of the industry for a little bit, and then about a year and a half later, I went to go work for Storm, and I was a rep for them. I managed the Midwest for them. That's how I kind of ended up here.
So you were living in Tennessee for a while, you were in Kentucky for a while, pardon me, and then were you like commuting to the Southeast, like Florida and Georgia every week?
No, I was actually in Orlando.
You were based in Orlando.
I
Okay.
lived in Orlando for about 2 years there, and then I moved up to Illinois and now Wisconsin once I took the Storm job and left the Storm job, and
Yeah. So I saw Doan Moose, about a year ago at Bowling IQ in Michigan, outside of Detroit.
Yeah,
So,
he's the same thing. He kind of left.
Because you took over for him, right? Kind of?
So he had a crazy territory. He had like, I want to say when I got hired by Storm, his territory was Michigan, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa. It might have been Nebraska, but he also had North and South Dakota and all of Canada.
Oh, jeez.
So it was
All
like,
of Canada, great.
Yeah, and you're talking like, Detroit, Indianapolis, Chicago, Milwaukee, like the Twin Cities. Not a lot of people realize that it's like in terms of sanctioned bowlers almost as big as Detroit. It's very big.
Yeah.
There's a lot of bowlers in the Twin Cities. So it was a lot of territory for one guy to cover. So they kind of split that up and brought me in. And then, now Doan left kind of around the Storm right around the time that I did, and now he is working for Bowlers Mart. I'm not sure exactly what his title is there, but he pretty much oversees all of the pro shops.
I think he's if you use the term Cliff Barnes' right-hand person, I think that's about it. I remember seeing Doan talking to a couple of sales guys on a conference call and that kind of thing. So yeah, he's or pro shop operators, and because Bowlers Mart, they're is it tough to compete against the mail order? I don't want to say mail order, but I guess the internet pro shops, because I mean Bowlers Mart, there's several pro shops. I know Buddies, Bowler X. I mean they're pro shops that sell online, and they'll drill bowling balls too and ship just like you. Is it tough to compete against bigger entities like that, or no?
I haven't really had an issue with it.
Okay.
I would say of all the bowling balls we drill, less than 5% come in from the street.
Oh, okay.
I mean, pretty much everyone buys from me. I would feel that that's more a reflection of the person in the pro shop, and the people trusting that person's opinion.
Yeah.
You steer them in the right direction enough times, and they're not going to go anywhere else. And it's like any other business. Good customer service, you treat them the right way. You give them a little bit of your time, and there's no reason for them to go online.
Right.
So.
And this time of year, obviously, like you said, it gets you a little time away from the shop. I know the hours are a few days a week less than they are during the year, because when does when do the hours start getting back to where it's kind of normal, and when do they start going insane when everybody wants that new ball for league?
I usually get back to full-time hours like mid-August, right before, usually 2 weeks before league starts to pick back up. I start to see that initial influx of people coming back in. I want my grips done. I want to detox stuff. I want to look at all the new balls that came out while I was out golfing all summer, or whatever the case may be. So about that time frame, and then once leagues start, it's basically pedal to the metal until May 1st.
When I've heard not to not to give you any strokes on the golf course is what I've heard. So.
Oh yeah.
Golfing, yeah.
I don't know. I probably need some this year.
solid.
It's been pretty bad this year.
Oh, I trust me. I'm not very good at all. I shot 98 out of Glen Aaron in Janesville the other day, so
Okay.
I'm not. If I actually practiced like I did when I was back in my high school days and stuff, sure I can get back into the low 80s again. But I never go to a driving range, never touch the clubs, and it's kind of like bowling league. You know, anybody can average 200 bowling league or 210 bowling league pretty much with the right piece of equipment in their hand and what they've learned in the past and that kind of thing. But you get on a shot like this where it's WTBA Paris, and I'd be probably lucky average 175. So.
Yeah, we were kind of, talking to Eric Pearson a little bit, before they turned lanes on for practice and during practice, and we were just talking about like the history of this pattern because I'm pretty sure I bowled on it the first time that they ever used it. It was back in like whatever, I think it was 2008, 2009 Team USA trials at Sunset Station in Las Vegas. And I just remember I've always loved this pattern. And when I was talking with Kevin about what pattern I wanted to use this week, this is the one that I wanted to use. It's just a very specific pattern. There's really only one area of the lane to play that you're going to score well in, and the people that play there are going to and execute well are going to get rewarded, and the people that don't are probably going to struggle. So it's one of those things where, yeah, exactly like you just said. If you're used to bowling in a league where you're throwing it, you're throwing it to the right pretty quickly and expecting your ball to hook, that's not what's going to happen on this pattern. And so hopefully, if anyone does struggle tonight, they, get to, have a learning experience from it. So.
See you, Jimmy. Take care. Jimmy Talaska heading out early tonight. So we got Matt Wisniewski behind the bar for everyone. And I just picked up something here. Give me a second because I'm going to use YouTube as a replay here. Because I caught it out of the corner of my eye. And technology is fun when it works. There we go. Let's get over it because we mentioned a little earlier about Todd Juilliard. 2-4-8-10 there in lane 10 on the replay. And that's, how about that? Take the 2-pin over.
Bonus pins right there.
And gets it done. Never an easy spare to convert. I think one of the first times I ever saw it converted in person was with, was lucky enough to be in Portland, Maine the first time the PBA League was there working with Extra Frame, and Mika made it during the TV show taping, and the crowd just, Bayside Bowl was just insane, and the crowd just went absolutely, I'll use the term ape shit. I mean, it was just, I'm interviewing Tom Clark at the time for radio, and we couldn't hear ourselves think. It was so cool at Bayside.
Yeah, that's a venue I never got a chance to get over to. Everybody always talks about it's just a totally different environment.
Yeah.
Watching bowling than any other venue that the tour goes to. I don't know. I don't think they're going there anymore.
They were there for the Roth Holman this year, but I don't know about the 27 schedule is going to be interesting. We'll talk about that during game 2 because Jeff Riggles had a talk and he posted it to his 11frame.com blog yesterday with a couple of the hot shots at CW Network, and it sounded like the CW is very happy, and maybe there'll be more tour dates that'll get on TV. So I know this year was kind of a, okay, Fox, the Fox contract didn't work out for renewing it, jumped over to CW, made it appointment TV, which was nice. I mean, it's, when hey, you show up, here in Milwaukee, hey, turn the TV on Sunday at 3 o'clock, February, March, April, for most of them, except, the only one that wasn't was Masters Sunday, and even they didn't take that much of a hit on Masters Sunday. That was kind of impressive.
Yeah, I like the World Series of Bowling format where you got to see all those different people on TV, and bowling had, back-to-back time slots on TV.
Yeah.
It was a good year for bowling on TV, I think.
Yeah, and
it was exciting. There was a lot of crazy stuff that happened in all,
right.
in all the telecasts. So.
Do you know any of the rookies that won personally, like Bonta or Horton or any of them? I mean, I know you're a little older than them, but
yeah, I'm a little
cross paths
older.
of traveling.
Yeah, I'm a little older than those guys.
Who are some tour guys that you bowled against in college that are out there still now?
I mean, I went to college with Marshall.
Okay. That's right. You
yeah.
guys are on the same team.
Yeah, I went to college with Marshall.
Cam Weir, who doesn't
Cam
bowl on tour
Weir,
anymore, but yeah.
EJ. Like I was on. We always kind of joke that the year that I made junior team was the best year. That was the best top 16 ever from junior gold.
Okay.
Because I think it was Marshall, it was me, it was Andrew Koff. A lot of people don't know who Andrew Koff is. Andrew Koff.
Spectacular talent that just, hey, smart kid.
Went to Duke, went to MIT. Yeah, he's off doing awesome stuff. I think he might be working on Wall Street in New York. But yeah, I mean, at the time, by far and away the best youth bowler in the world. Yeah. Right. Like he goes on tour and it's a very different story out there potentially. But yeah, it was Andrew Koff. It was Jacob Kent, Chris Spy, Kyle King, EJ Tackett, Zach Hattori, Cameron Doyle. You go down the list, and you go down
amazing
the.
Right there.
There were a few others, but you go down the list in the top 16, and it's like every single one of these people went on to accomplish a lot of stuff in bowling. It was very, very.
Well, yeah. I mean, you were one of the youngest to ever win a regional. I think you still are in the top 5 for youngest to ever win a regional.
Well, yeah, it was me and Andrew and I growing up. Like I was the first regional I ever bowled. I was 14. Andrew was 14. Andrew's a month younger than I am. Andrew. So they allowed youth to bowl by signing the waiver.
Yep.
And the first week that after allowing that rule, there was a regional in Florida. Andrew bowled it, and he cashed it in. He became the youngest kid to ever cash in a regional at the time.
Okay.
And then the next week there was a regional in Maryland, and I bowled it, and I cashed in it. And then the same thing happened when we won ours. I was like 17 or 18, and there was a regional in Florida. Andrew bowled in it, and actually he beat. I'm trying to think who he beat. I think he beat Steve Richter, actually.
Oh, okay.
If I'm not mistaken, he might have beaten Steve Richter, who lives in Wisconsin.
Sporgan,
And then the next week they had a regional in Maryland, I won, or in Pennsylvania, and I drove up and I won that one.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I was just always like in his dust.
But yeah, I mean, you look at the class that came in. What year was that for junior gold?
2010.
10. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and then, you look at EJ. I mean, right there, he's got to win one game. Otherwise, he could kiss any chance. Even though he's out bowling everybody in points and stuff like that, he could kiss bowler of the year goodbye because he's only going to have 3 other events to get a chance at a title.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not. My money's always on. I mean, it is like almost Tiger. Like we talk about the Belmo dominance that happened, and obviously 15 majors. Belmo is still kind of the GOAT for me, but like in terms of like what we're seeing right now in dominance, it's almost Tiger-esque in golf. I mean, 4 straight seasons like this. I mean, even Belmo didn't do that.
Right.
So.
Yeah, Belmo had a couple, then the down year, then a couple. Yeah, EJ just for even in 2021. I mean, if it wouldn't have been for 2022, I'm sorry, he had a chance with some major titles as well that just fell short.
I remember we were. It was like I want to say like 2018 at the time, so it's been a while. And Belmo was going through that stretch. It might have been a little later than that. Might have been in the early 2020s, but we were out at dinner or something, and EJ was talking about how, that was like right during Belmo's dominance, and everyone he just overshadowed everybody else's accomplishments.
Yeah.
And he's like, people don't realize I've won almost 20 times in the era that Belmo has also been dominating.
Right.
Right. It was pretty much Belmo or EJ for that stretch of time.
Yeah, and the name that never comes up in conversation. With Anthony Simonson, who's won like 4 majors during that stretch, and a few other titles and stuff, and a bunch of seconds. Oh, I thought we were gonna get a big 4 converter there. I thought Tartini was gonna catch that one out of the pit. Doesn't do it.
Yeah,
so
seeing a couple of scores here to end the first game. Ben Medina, 255 to start on lanes 9 and 10. Oh, he made that.
He's had a heck of a run over the last few weeks. Cashed at the regional with a 300 in Lockport.
Yep, he's a good young bowler. He's a smart kid.
Is he still in high school, or
he's going to be a senior this upcoming year? He just finished his junior year. He's only been bowling for like 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
So yeah, really, really good young player. The sky is the limit for him, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the ability to get out and practice and
and that's the thing. Exactly. Well, he's at Foxview where my shop is every day, almost every day. Well, I mean, he just lives there.
Yeah,
so.
and the one thing I saw that Stefan Hanen posted recently again is even during the summer, here's your lanes every day that are oiled. Here's competitive patterns if you want to try something tougher on 8 of the lanes and you want to just practice on a house shot. Here you go, practice on a house shot. Here's 8 lanes for you, but they're doing it every day. I mean, the stuff that Kevin does here with these sweepers. You want to try something challenging? Coming out here. It's nice to see these kids are not scared of it at all.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be. I mean, if you want to get to any sort of elite level in the game, you've got to get yourself off of house shots and start bowling on some tougher stuff.
Yep. Well, we're going to take a little bit of a break. These guys are finishing up game 1, and they're going to move pairs. So once again, skip a pair, land on the second for your lane movement. If you're double tabbing us on YouTube, follow them. Just 5 and 6 go to 9 and 10. 7 and 8 goes to 11 and 12 all the way around. We'll have Matt back in the booth with me. We'll ask him some more questions in game 2. If you get questions, drop them in the chat on YouTube, drop them in the comments on Facebook, and we'll get them to them. Game 2 coming up next.
Over my hands, I gotta
You do, don't you?
Between thumb and no thumb is kind of a whole pitch change. It seems like it's really how I'm on this handicap stuff. Tonight's a little tougher pattern. Should be a little more for you to stick with me. I started with 250 last week. I shot 160 game. There were like 5 or 6 people last night. There's one game. I'd rather get that pair out of the way early than a game 3. It's not horrendous. It's not like 3 and 4 classic region. We're playing 6 sports at the start. Oh man, use that pair specifically for TV. It's just it's phenomenal. It does. It's 5 more. Everybody's playing 5 boards at least. That was a pair that was wood that Robert Team got 900 on. Oh, God. For the best pair in the house. Right. I had a couple of pairs on that pair. Yeah. I'm trying to win a chamois because I left mine here last week. Is that a loss? Well, no, I was talking to Matt last year. It's like I go through chamois, it's like I go through underwear. Probably lose $200 worth of chamois too.
I don't blame you. Jeez, everyone's striking.
All right, let's start our players that start off on 9 through 12. Made their way down to 1 through 4. There you see Rob Kenny on lane 3. Kenny's crossing. He's on your scoreboard on the lane 3 side of the equation with Leo Voss and Gordon Croman. Kellen Baldowitz, Lucas Will, Jill Zentkowski, your scoreboard on lane 4. I think they're actually F, G, and H in that correct order. Over on 1 and 2, they start at 9 and 10. Haleska, Anderson of the Jude variety, Medina, who we saw start with a 255. That's why we jumped down here. Medina is your number 3 player, your C, on your lane 1 scoring. Medina, 2 spares and a strike. Belanda, the hammer. He's your bowler D. As you see him stepping up currently, getting ready to throw it. Oh, baby, here we go. This is what we like to see when we're here. Todd Juilliard, Scott Wolterding, Peyton Nabeck round out your lineup in lane 2. Here we go. Brian Bremer. No pressure, Brian. It's just on the main feed and everything. So there's like 30 people watching and miss this, along with everybody in here. Remember, get your drink chips from Bremer next time you see him if he does miss this on the live feed. Who? Boo. Just kidding. Always gotta give somebody a little grief and fun here. Jude Anderson, young player's made a lot of improvement. Came in last year with a 100 average. Basically his first season of bowling. Had a pretty solid high school season for first year. Averaged almost a 60% fill percentage. So came into this season at about a 145 average. He's dropped back a little bit right now. He's at a 139 sweeper average. But we've had a couple of weeks with tougher patterns than what he sees in high school bowling. So it's to be expected. But good to see the young two-hander learning and trying to get better. And how about that? Great conversion. He's really worked on that spare game. He used to try to hook at everything. Try to find out the temp, and he's had a lot more success changing hand positions on the follow-through. Hey, Rocky, thanks for joining us. Just saw the note in the YouTube chat. Oh, hey, family first for everything. We understand that's one of the great things about the Sweeper Series. Hey, life happens. We're here for when you don't have anything going on in your life. Let's not get that carried away. But you understand what I'm saying. Good time can be had whenever you get a chance on a Wednesday night. And I know there's other bowling choices as well. For those of you that might not be able to make the drive all the way out here to Franklin, I did see that South Shore Bowl. Our friends there. The Gnott family running some Wednesday night sweepers as well. I know there's some Tuesday night sweeper action over at River Center as well. So plenty of places you can bowl still during the summer. But glad a lot of you chose to do it here. And glad we can live stream it for everyone so you can catch it. Amber, I want pictures from the Valley of Fire posted to your Facebook page if you do take that hike. So, yeah, you know there's a lot of oil on the lanes if Rob Kinney does make a 10-pin. So, he was goofing around before. He goes, every one of my kids has made a cut this year. Now it's his turn. He had a pretty solid start. Don't know what he ended up game one with, but it's good. We'll get Matt Gasn back in the booth shortly. He's talking to Ben Medina and a couple other young players, and it's always good to see him in a tournament environment. You know, you get to see how they react a little bit more, a little more pressure, a little different look, especially the patterns. A little different pattern is Nabeck can't convert the spare, and that's going to be back-to-back opens for Peyton. Actually, that's the Bo Burton Buzzard, 3 opens in a row for Nabeck. So Matt making his way back to the booth. If you got a question for Matt Gasn, drop it in the chat. Drop it in the comments on Facebook. And let's bring Matt back in. And Matt, saw you watching a couple of players that we were talking about earlier with Peyton Nabeck and Ben Medina. And Peyton's having some struggles down on 1 and 2. He's got the old Bo Burton Buzzard hanging on the scoreboard, frames 2, 3, and 4. Give him any advice how to right the ship?
I mean, he knows what he's got to do. Like I said, this pattern's pretty straightforward. It gets a little kind of tricky on the left side of the lane. Obviously, there's not as much traffic, so it's not breaking down. So down the lane, he's still got a lot of the hang left. So like he gets going left, it has no chance. There's only 22 mils of oil on the lane. This is a little bit higher friction surface, and so like as he is trying to move right and like play that shim line that the righties are kind of starting to play, he's moving into that righty chop. So the front of the lane gets a little tricky for him. So he's kind of he's got to kind of navigate that a little bit right now.
Yeah, it's always good when your ball hits the lane, goes 6 feet, and just tips just that hair.
Yeah.
As a fellow lefty, it's gone through that a few times. Yeah, I was back in the day going to ABC, now USBC Open Championships. We were in '96. We were in Salt Lake City, and I had the nuts. Game 1, shot 255 in team, absolute nuts. The other 9 players on my pair, they all started getting right on the left gutter. Game 2, $150, because I couldn't trick it.
Yeah.
To get it.
Yeah,
through.
There's always that forever argument of right left equality, and it's a different game. It really is a different game on one side of the lane versus the other. It's just from not only from the amount of traffic on one side versus the other and how they break down, but also from the topography of the lane and the amount of lineage that gets played on both sides. Like if I was breaking it down the other day to somebody, and I was like, if you really think about it, if you think about let's say a 4-man or a whatever, however many man league, right? You get 10, 15 minutes of practice warming up.
Yeah.
There's going to be, let's say on an average pair, there's maybe one lefty and let's say 7 righties in a 4-person league, right?
Right.
That there's going to be more shots thrown on the right side of the lane in that 15 minutes of practice than the left side will have the entire night.
Yeah. Yep.
So it's like, when you think about it like that, it's like, it really is. It's just a different game.
Yeah, and then to watch it at the Pro Tour level, like I've been able to do the last bunch of years, when you watch the lefties and righties and everything the lefties go through out there, and it takes a special breed of lefty to be able to get out on tour and stay out on tour nowadays.
Yeah,
because of the, as you said, transitions and surfaces.
The
day of I want to sound politically correct. I don't want to call. What I'm going to say is not going to be how I mean it, because when I'm saying a lefty who I really consider like a lefty that knows how to bowl.
Yeah.
Right. Like so.
Right.
Like I go back to like your PAs, your Rhino Pages, like your guys that had. This is like the pre-urethane era.
Yeah.
And there's more than I'm forgetting, I'm sure.
Yeah, I learned a lot from Rhino. I was lucky enough to sit and talk to him, being a fellow left-hander. And Ryan Simonelli, another one. I mean, just
the guys that had the touch and could play with reactive and would still find their way onto shows in the weeks where the left really didn't really have
PA
it.
was
like those,
great for that.
And nowadays it's like the lefties, they kind of have their thing, and they do the urethane thing, and when that thing's not in play, you're going to find them at the bottom of the leaderboard. Yeah. But when it's in play, they're tough to beat.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of what it is. I think that's Eric would probably have a lot more insight on that than I am, but it's a tough thing to combat. And the lane man has the toughest job, because the only thing you can do is predict to the best of your ability. You don't know how they're going to transition. You
right.
Don't know how,
I just always went by Parker Bones' words about being left-handed years ago that just stuck with me. And it was, as a left-hander, you're going to be 15 pins better than you should be on a house shot, and you're going to be 15 pins worse than you should be when it comes to a PBA event or a PBA-type pattern.
Yeah.
On the basis of, because as he goes, and if it's longer patterns, you might be 25 pins worse than you really are. Well, that kind of stuck with me over the years when I was bowling a little more competitive stuff before getting to the broadcasting side of things.
Yeah, and it really just goes back to the amount of like people that are going to be on your side of the lane, right? Like if they are easy to start and it's not going to change as quickly, it's going to stay easier for longer
right.
on the left side, and vice versa. Like the easier they start, the higher that ratio is to start in the oil pattern. As we bowl on it, that ratio gets higher and higher. The higher and higher it gets really, really black and white on the right side of the lane. It starts to get tougher, versus when it's harder to start and they're a lot flatter, all of a sudden more traffic creates more and more ratio. They get easier on that right side, and it stays hard on the left side.
A prime example of that we talk about in Bayside Bowl with the Roth-Holman doubles, because the Roth pattern is so much softer than the Holman pattern. And all of a sudden, you'd watch these guys throw 5, 6, 7 shots, and all of a sudden it looked like they were lost, because it was their cliff, though, was a 2-board cliff, not like 8 or 10 board cliff like lead bowlers end up getting by the end of the night. They get a 2-board cliff, and all of a sudden, like, oh hell, what do I do now?
Yeah.
On this Roth pattern, because it was 4-1. It's pretty soft for them. So
not only that, but people also don't realize how it's. And I'll use, let's say, a tournament like this, for example. Obviously, you've got all types of, you've got scratch bowlers like, Peyton and Ben and they go off and they compete against, some of the best bowlers in the state and win titles. And then you've got people that bowl league that are just want to come out and bowl on a Wednesday night in the summer and be, try to be competitive. And so you got people playing all over the lane. You got all kinds of different skill levels. Out there, we're talking about the best of the best, and they're, for the most part, all kind of playing the lane the same. And when you've got guys that are playing the lane the same with a lot of rev rate, and they're all that accurate, and they're just chopping up a specific part of the lane, they break down so quick, and they get black and white out there pretty quickly.
Yeah. Here's a good question from Amber. What was your most teachable personal moment or event in the sport of bowling?
The most teachable?
Yeah.
Or, man, that's a tough one. I've never been asked that one.
Yeah. She makes you think. She's got this drive to Vegas for Women's Nationals. So.
Man. I'm going to come back to that. I'm going to think about
All
that
right.
for a minute.
All right, can I flip it around a little bit then?
For sure.
What teammate through all your years of bowling has been the most influential on your bowling career, whether it's on the lanes or in the pro shop?
I mean, I don't know that I would it has to be a teammate or just a person in general.
Oh, a person. Let's go with a person in general.
I would have to go with he's my best friend, David O'Sullivan. Dave's a great bowler in his own right. Team USA, bowled on tour for a while. Unfortunately, has just had a lot of injury in his career that has kind of prevented him from probably reaching the potential that he had. But super knowledgeable. Kind of took me under his wing, I would say back in 2010.
Okay.
And we've been like best friends ever since.
He has several pro shops around the Orlando area, if I remember correctly.
Three shops in the Central Florida area. Yeah, it's taught me a lot about bowling. It's taught me a lot about pro shops. It's taught me a lot about life.
Yeah, good gentleman. I actually was down in Orlando right after New Year's for a Joe Poe Grips event, live streaming it, and David was there New Year's Day at Boardwalk Bowl bowling a sweeper tournament, six-game sweeper. So I saw him there, and I think I sent you the picture. Know this guy?
Yeah.
And but you know, like when you walk into something like that, and all of a sudden, like here, I know Peyton Nabeck's a really solid bowler, and Adam Tates is a really good up-and-comer too. Ben Medina, another good up-and-comer. But down there, you look at all these like established names, like a David O'Sullivan. Here's Liz Johnson. Like, oh, okay. You know, here's Danny Wiseman. Really, Danny? You decided to throw the shoes on at a holiday? Come on, Danny. You know?
Yeah, there's certain parts of the United States. We're actually literally just talking about the same thing. There's certain parts of the United States where, like, so Ben just got back from a visit at Wichita State. He went down for like a shocker camp. He's at that stage where he's going to be picking colleges here pretty soon.
Yeah.
And I was like, your typical league night in Wichita is a tour stop.
Yeah.
It's you have no idea how many good bowlers live in that radius in that city. Like, people that you've never heard of that will, if you bowled against them, they would just take your money.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, the days at North Rock were. Do they still have that Southwest tournament at North Rock? Ever since it would obviously now it's an AMF Center.
The Swiss tournament?
No, it runs for like a couple of months. It's Southwest. Some team a couple of years ago put up like 3,900
that I don't
scratch.
know.
I mean, just an insane number. They were all guys that bowled at Wichita State.
Yeah,
it's just like.
There's a Swiss tournament that they run there that our buddies put on, and yeah, I mean it's like nothing crazy. It's like 1,500 a guy on top to win.
Yeah.
But it's a full house, and every single team, it's like you're looking at it and it's like that guy's got a title. That guy's been on Team USA for however many years. I mean,
right.
It's just like every team has somebody like that.
Yeah.
That guy. Yeah, it's like you bowl a sweeper or a league night down there, and it's like a legit tour stop.
Yeah, you can't throw a sock at somebody without hitting a Wichita State grad.
Yeah, we always kind of joked the people who didn't go to Wichita, like we always kind of joked it was almost like a cult. Like once you're there, you just don't leave. Like
I coached Whitewater for 2 seasons. UW-Whitewater. I coached the guys team for 2 seasons in 07, 08, 08, 09. Into 09, not the whole season, but 2008 we made nationals. First time Whitewater ever made nationals, and it was in Wichita. And here we are, after getting through qualifying, getting a match play. We win our first match against Indiana, get to match number 2. Oh, great, who do we get in the bracket? Wichita State. The place was packed, obviously, with fans, just absolutely nuts. You know, we have us, and we actually became friendly with the team from the women's team from Maryland Eastern Shore, and so we were kind of picking each other up because they were one back then. It was pretty rare for an NCAA team to bowl the ITCs back in almost 20 years ago now, and. Yeah, even with a solid player like John Shallow, he was all tournament team that year, and another great bowler from out in the Madison area. You can't carry a whole team when it's 500 fans screaming every time from the back. Every time they get a strike, the whole place would just erupt. It was insane. So we got dumped in the losers bracket. Then we won 3 more matches. You have a chance to make the show, and if we get past Wichita State in the finals of the losers bracket. Yeah, that didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean they're always such a competitive team.
Their fans travel well. I mean, even outside of Wichita, You know, there's been some, like when they used to, in Vegas. They'd have alumni coming out to Vegas and cheering them on at South Point. So it was just nuts.
Yeah, and then you bowl, like you have a national. They host the Nationals at North Rock, which is like basically their home center. It's like, what do you expect to happen? Like,
thanks guys, appreciate that.
Yeah, they just have a huge support system. I mean, it's transitioned here a little bit in the last couple of years. So but I believe the women's team is now NCAA.
Yes.
So they're a part of the school, which allows them to get funding from the school.
Yeah.
But up until a couple of years ago, they were a club program, and so they didn't receive funding from the school. They totally relied on either like donations or fundraising, or I believe they got a lot of kickback from like sales that happened in the bookstore for like Wichita State bowling merch.
Yep.
I mean, like that's how they like travel around, and like it's just a huge support system in that area.
Who's the head coach for the women now? I know Mark Lewis is still the overall.
Mark
running that program.
is the head of the overall. I believe Rick Steelsmith is the head coach for the guys, and I think it's Holly Harris for the girls.
Okay, Holly Harris. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you talk about Wichita State pedigrees all the way through once again.
Yeah.
So, boy, Rick Steelsmith, what he could have been if that shoulder wouldn't have gone out on him. Watching him, I still remember it was 85. Watching him in the FIQs, and just maybe it was after that 85 or maybe it was 86, but still watching Steelsmith in the FIQs just look effortless.
Great physical game, like everything flowed, like you put. I put him in the realm of like Ozio type of like just solid, just everything flowed.
Yep. Yeah, it was just fun to watch. It's one of those guys you thought he's going to bring, he's got to break through on tour sometime, and just injuries just kind of did it for him. So Justin Haramek was another one.
He's got a pro shop. He's got
the pro shop
down
at
there.
North Rock. I think.
No, I think I want to say it's Seneca.
Seneca, okay.
Yeah.
Let's roll Seneca. Okay.
Yeah, Billy Murphy had the shop at North Rock. I think he sold it to. I want to say he sold it to Austin Boulds.
Okay. PBA champion this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, just amazing what the rookie class has done once again. And a couple of those guys coming, Horton and Boulds had to come. Or did Boulds have enough points out of college?
Austin Boulds isn't bowling on tour, I don't think. He might have.
I'm thinking the other Austin. Oh, who's the kid that won? I thought
Austin Grammer from
Weber.
Thank
you.
Yeah.
From Weber,
Yeah. Austin Boulds is around my age. He bowled at Newman.
Okay.
Good player, great player. He might have a regional title.
I think he's I've seen the name in regionals before. So too many Austins out there now. Get the names confused. So you say EJ, you see Parker, you say Norm. You know who they are. Austin. There's 12 of them out there now. You got to find a little bit more. Pete. Everybody knows Pete. You say Pete in bowling. Everybody knows which Pete it is. It's not McCormick.
Yeah.
Even though Pete, one of the most famous 300s ever. Watching Pete twitch and sweat before he threw that 12 shot for 300. What's your most memorable 300? Do you have a memorable 300? Yeah.
Probably the first one that my mom saw me throw. Growing up, I used to travel around. I used to bowl 2 tournaments a weekend with either the JBTs or the PJBTs or whatever in the Northeast I grew up bowling, and my dad took me to pretty much all of them. And my mom, we had a dog, and it was just going to be too expensive to board the dog every weekend for her to go, so she pretty much hung back every weekend.
Okay.
And so she never really got a chance to watch me bowl, and she never got a chance to watch me bowl 300. And so I was bowling at the time. It was the biggest tournament in the Northeast. It was called Best Tournament, and I had the front 11, and she had never seen me bowl 300, and it went off my ankle in the gutter.
Oh no!
That was the first time she'd ever seen me have the front 11, so I felt bad. And then I did it. I shot 300 in front of her shortly after that, but that was probably the two most memorable things 300-wise that have happened to me. Yeah, to be perfectly honest, I've never been one to keep track of how many 300s or 800s I have. I couldn't even tell you.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell you. I remember my first one, and I remember like certain memorable, like specific ones like that. Like I had 800 at Nationals. I remember that one pretty clearly. I remember my first 800. I remember my first 300, and I remember like the ones in front of my mom.
Right.
Like that, yeah.
But if there was an official tally, it ain't happening.
Oh, I couldn't tell you. I give my best guess, and most of the ones I have aren't sanctioned. I bowl tons of tournaments that aren't sanctioned. I shoot 300, and so on USBC, I probably have like 20.
Yeah.
But I probably have more like 125 or something.
Right.
You know, I have no
Yeah.
idea.
Because honestly, for scratch events, does it really pay, with the same day payout? Why? It's a lot of paperwork to do that after the event's done. Well, you don't need to, if everybody's bowling on the same basis and everybody's getting cash on the barrelhead once it's done.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's kind of what this is, too. So, Brian Hirsch had to remind us that you were the first person to ever win a Duke at the PBLBC National Championship.
I was, 300.
Thanks for depressing me, Brian, that we don't have that right now this year. So I always enjoyed doing the live stream for that event. So
yeah, I missed about an arrow left on the 12th one, and it helped. I remember that. I do remember that.
Norm Duke was on the call with me when you shot it, so that was pretty cool. Who ended up giving you your Duke when
Tom
you
Clark.
won it? Tom Clark showed up at League for you?
Yeah, showed up at
Nice.
League. Yep. Which is easy for him to do because he's in the area.
Yeah.
Right. So, but that was cool. I'm trying to. Yeah, Chad Moss always likes to remind me. He was like, "You're the first one to win one, but I was the first one to win two," because he bowled 2 300s that year in the same block.
Yeah.
So.
And Chad had a chance for a third one last year,
Yep.
and he shot 298.
Yep.
So, yeah, there's only 2 people that had 300 in that event in the first 3 years, twice. Chad was one, and Trey Heinrichsmeyer ended the year he won with 300, the inaugural year in 2023, and then started 2024 with a perfect game, and then went rapidly downhill that second year. It's amazing to watch the success of these youth players nowadays. When they get to, events like, a PBA regional or, the LBC National. I mean, 2 out of 3 years, the LBC National Championships at $25,000 is won by a youth player.
Yeah.
It was Trey Heinrichsmeyer, and unfortunately the young man that won it in 2025, the name is slipping past me right now, a young man from Tennessee. Weston, I can't remember Weston's last name, but, yeah, he had a 300. He had shot like 830 for his first 3 and just kept cruising. And had 16-something. Yeah, just insane. Absolutely insane.
I'm still struggling to think of like my most teachable moment in my bowling career. I mean, here's the truth.
Okay.
I've been incredibly fortunate. I've worked with, I could go down the list of coaches, like world-class coaches I've gotten a chance to work with on physical game stuff. I've worked for 2 manufacturers, and I've gotten a chance to work alongside of, some of the most intelligent people in our industry. And I've learned a lot from so many people, and it's just so hard to pinpoint just one.
Yeah. Who were your coaches when you were on Junior Team USA? Obviously, Rod Ross was the man behind the whole program. He was my silver when I took my silver level class decades ago.
Yeah, Rod was still the head coach of the junior team. I can't remember if Jerry had stepped down from the adult team or not yet, and Rod had taken that over as well. But it was the junior team was Rod, Kim Terrell, Brian O'Keefe, and I don't know if you would consider him necessarily a coach or not. They used to have, I don't know if they still do or not, but they used to have like a fitness guy that used to go there. His name was Nick Bohannon.
Okay, I remember the name.
Nick, I think he is involved with like the Hong Kong team or something now.
No, okay.
But it's hard to pinpoint one specific moment. I mean, I remember the first year that. I'll tell you my first teaching moment. I'll tell you what, this one actually stands out with me quite often, and I had just won, or not won. I pretty much just won the PBA regional. I had finished second at Junior Gold to Marshall. As soon as I did all that, I went adult shortly after.
Okay.
Because I just was like, I wanted to start bowling for money because I was young and I was cocky and I was like, I'm gonna go adult and win all this money, right? And there used to be this series of tournaments down in Florida called the Verdes Tropicana. It was like a 5-game sweeper, and I mean, it was like Vernon, JJ, Andres, like all these guys, Ron Dixon, like all these guys that are phenomenal bowlers that would come bowl this 5-game tournament. And you could do brackets 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, and there were a lot. You could walk out of there with $5,000 in a 5-game sweeper, right? So, first adult tournament over, I walked in and I put a ton of money in brackets, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna be like pretty much a millionaire by the end of the night, right? And I got my ass kicked. So just that was like that one always stuck out of like you know, like you go from being like a big fish in a relatively small pond to like you step into this. It's just a different world of bowling when you start bowling against people with like some real experience in bowling.
Yeah. And it's just kind of odd how it's changed because, once again, age difference between you and I. I mean, coming out of Milwaukee, when you were coming out of the youth programs back in the 80s and 90s, you know, there were some tournaments around. There weren't as many as there used to be, but there was a huge scratch leagues everywhere. They were huge. Friday Night's Dakota Classic, the Blue Mound Metro, which was, you know, they're all second shift leagues too. They're all 9 o'clock leagues and stuff like that. And it was very rare for a player coming out of youth leagues to get right into one of those leagues because you had so much work to do to get there and kind of prove yourself and everything. And yeah, somehow I managed to get in this Dakota's Classic League 2 years after I got out of junior leagues. First year I bowled on Thursday nights in the major league at Dakota's. I got drafted to a team there, and then somebody saw me and dumb enough to bet on a left-hander at that house. I was the only lefty to ever average 210 at that house on their house, you know, on their house shop. Obviously back then, 80s and 90s, way different, 70s, 80s, and 90s. I mean, the house had opened in 57 and closed in 92. And I was the only lefty to ever average 200. They used to have these on the masking units every year. They'd have the high averages in the house in the leagues, and they'd have it was a 24-lane center, so they had the top 6 guys and top 4 women. And then a couple of other ones that were out there too. And to walk into the center and see your name on the masking unit, what your average for the whole season was pretty cool.
That's awesome.
So,
man, there's a lot of history in this. I mean, in this state in general,
yeah.
but especially in Milwaukee. I mean, you go to like, you know, Detroit, Milwaukee, you know, maybe like Cleveland or like somewhere just like you know, an industry town,
yeah.
You know, like old school, like industry town, like that's where bowling thrived,
right?
And really are still the hot pockets, you know, of bowling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's where you hear all the crazy stories from back in the day. Always felt like they come from the same 5 cities. You know, it's like somewhere in New York, like upstate New Jersey, like
yeah.
New York area, Long Island, whatever, or
right.
like Detroit, or you know, you hear some stuff from like Cincinnati and the old Hoinky tournaments and stuff, but like
some of the action, that stuff that would go on after Super Hoinky was done. Rudy Revs has got some phenomenal stories about that, and it's just, yeah, it's pretty amazing. So, hey, we're going to take a break. Bowlers are going to be moving again shortly. They're getting into their 9th and 10th frames.
Replay lane 3.
How about that?
3, 4.
Can we get over there?
Yeah, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10. Leo Voss.
Where is that? There we go. We'll get it back up here in a second. All right, here we go. Here's the replay of what Leo just did. Not easy to get them all after you only take out 4 on the first shot. And he gets them all to go. That's a 1% chance of making that one. Now the problem is, you hope you don't do 4 again.
Yeah.
I've seen the bowler do 4 and 4, but he did the 4 through the face, and he did the 4 super washout with the 7-pin attached.
Oof.
So
back-to-back shots?
Back-to-back shots in the 10th frame.
I don't care what my game is. I could have the front 8. I could have the front 6 or 7, and I do that. I'm switching balls. I'm doing something.
There you go.
I got to do something to like refresh it.
Leo gets them all to go. So, yeah, we'll give you a little audio intermission here. Bowlers will be switching pairs once again. Skipping a pair landing in the second. 1 and 2 goes to 3. 1 and 2 goes to 5 and 6. 3 and 4 goes to 7 and 8, and so on. He's Matt Gasn. I'm $2 Phil. Game 3 coming up.
I'm not good at this.
Hope you weren't commentating over that one. We cut away after the first break. I haven't bowled in 2 weeks, and since the regional, and it's snowing right now. My timing's all off.
What'd you finish with? What'd you finish with?
135.
I might need you.
I think it's not great on either side. Left side? Yeah, me neither. Yeah. No, it's I did this 2 weeks ago. I think I was regular. My timing's a little off. I gotta sharpen back up. Knock some game 3 the way you go. I'll be fine. I'll figure it out. Is it gambling yourself yet, or? Started with them?
Hey, Phil. Hi.
Hi, how are you? Wow. Oh, brother.
I've been watching this all the time on Facebook. And I want to see it, and I want the next one, the next portion again. And I was like, and Amber was
Oh, and plus 10. Game 2 is probably my demise. Last week it was 177. How are you doing your handicap? 247. So they want to spin
okay,
that.
that's what I had in my head. I got a solid strength in the last game.
This guy is like 370. I'm thinking, what's my handicap? I'm thinking 580.
Join the club.
What do you need for 580? I saw 190. Yeah, you need 280. My buddy had 86. We had that nice. Oh, it's not that good. Only failing. He was beating me after frame 1. A lot of it. It's not hard to. I gotta start to back up. It's at the end of this month. No, it is funny though. So he shot 120 game 1 with the double gun. This time he shot 80. way out. 29. Not representing the brand very well right now. I struck it twice in practice. Out of like 3 times. It's like straight off the boards. On this day, 2019, we lose it with Gunner to lose a rebound. We were up in, we were doing a 51st time, so that's the same weekend. I heard that. And his opponent shot a Gunner in the 10th grade too, that but I'm only needing a margin of 6. This guy's an animal.
Calm down.
Don't forget, slow pitch softball. You gotta do this too.
My shoulders.
You cannot be this crippled at age 2. I am. It's bad. No. Almost. I just can't tell me. All right.
All right, let's get back to lanes 1 and 2. These are the players you saw start the day off on 5 and 6. So you got on 1 and 2 coming on will be Jaden Kenny, Dylan Tyson, Riley Champion, Sam Arizari, Ian Kloss, Lori Exner, and John Zaccanaro. Already underway on 3 and 4, Steve Bequest, John Simonson, Sam Medina Conchi, Mike Hungelman, Emma Johnson, and last week's champion, D'Artagnan Sellers. And as you see, D'Artagnan leave a little something to shoot at there. Right side spares are real fun tonight. So are left side spares because you don't have that puddle in the middle. If you're a player that's used to hooking the bowling ball, you could have some real eye-opening adventures out on the lanes. I'm $2 Phil Brylow. He is Matt Gasn of Top Notch Bowling inside of Foxy Lanes in Waukesha and Castle Lanes in Racine. Are you going to Bowl Expo this year?
I am not. No,
You are not. Okay.
Yeah, Bowl Expo. I mean, it was fun. It's fun to go. You know, obviously, I went a lot of years. You know, every year that I worked in the industry, pretty much,
Right.
and it's much more of a proprietor show than it is a pro shop show.
Okay. 578. It's the Chris Offer prediction.
Early
578.
predictions. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Bowl Expo, you know, the manufacturers are there to be partners of the BPAA who are put on the show. But, you know, you walk through and there's, I mean, very, very few pro shops that are actually walking the floor. It's a lot of proprietors. You know, it's our big industry show. You get, you know, that's where proprietors go to talk to AMF or Brunswick or US Bowling or whoever to do lane installations or to put in, you know, the video boards. And, you know, that's where they go buy all that stuff, you know, that time of year. And then our pro shop trade shows are about a month later. We do like our distributors put on
Okay.
shows, and we go to those. Yeah, starting in like July, August time frame,
That's
right before the
perfect for
season.
you guys, yeah, because it's right before the season. I mean, how soon, you know, if Storm's coming out with the ABC bowling ball, how soon before that bowling ball gets released do you guys in the pro shops find out this new release and what the design is, what it's supposed to do, that type of thing, on average? Like how far in advance do you know about it?
How far in advance do I know about it, or
Yeah.
how far in advance do we find out about it?
Well, okay.
So
let's go with-
we technically we find out the same day the public does.
Okay.
Yep, we don't get told anything ahead of time.
So if they say worldwide release date is September 1, but they announce it July 1, you find out July 1, so does everybody in the bowling world at July 1, hey, we're coming out September 1 with
The day
ABC.
that email goes out from Storm announcing their product, or the day that they post it, is when everybody finds out about it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you know, there's always leaks. There's always,
Yeah.
you know. So I know about a lot of balls.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some kind of NDA that needs to be signed sometimes or something like that. I remember because I used to do a bowling ball test with Joe Serrar when he had the column inside of Bowler's Journal, and so he'd have a variety of bowlers. You know, he'd rotate through a bunch of bowlers to try them out, and yeah, I signed one, and a couple of the balls from Ebonite required an NDA when we were testing them, so it was kind of funny.
Yeah, the days of ball testing. I was the throwbot there for about 3 or 4 years.
Oh, here, I don't know if you saw, I saw the post I made on social media the other day, but I thought about going, AI will not be considered successful by me until it can actually make Earl the bowling robot throw 900 by itself with no human input. Like AI watches everything and tells the robot where to stand and where to move and do all that stuff. I don't think AI is a success in any way, shape, or form until that happens. Because I think it's just part of the aspect of the sport that AI will never be able to take over.
Are you talking about like how AI gets incorporated into bowling?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so
Somebody's not going to have an AI coach. Let's put it that way.
so AI is always going to give you, AI is black and white.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So like AI is going to always give you the analytical, like technical answer of whatever it's sifting through online. So much of our game is so specifically tailored to an individual. There's so much gray in bowling.
Yeah.
So it's never you know, it's never as easy as just recommending like this ball is great, but it's great for maybe a specific condition or a specific type of bowler or whatever the case may be. So like when I've had several customers come in and they like, I use ChatGPT to recommend this ball for me, right? And it's like, okay, like there's better options.
Yeah.
So
No doubt.
yeah, it's just stuff like that. Like it uses like, it's just a very black and white. You know, however it gets its data, and you know, there's just a lot more than what it takes into consideration to recommend a bowling ball.
So your career path is pretty safe for the next 15 to 20 years.
Yeah. I mean, there's other things going on in the industry that I don't necessarily love, and there's things that have happened in the industry already that I don't necessarily love. You know,
Yeah.
I'm a huge advocate for bringing back weight holes.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate that they took that away. You know, the whole argument of taking away weight holes was that you could do things. I mean, yes, you could do things to bowling balls that they were never intended to do, and you can make them do things that they're, you know, really shouldn't be doing. But you can
Right.
also really mess them up.
Yeah.
And you got to know what you're doing, and that was a skill set that, you know, I learned. And then all of a sudden, that's
use it
not
anymore.
that fine tuning is not there anymore. And you know, as a pro shop operator, that edge, you know. Whatever, maybe there's multiple edges, whatever, but you know, a part of that edge that you have of maybe your competitor down the street is now gone, right? Like,
Yeah.
So I was never a fan of losing weight holes, and I'm not a huge fan of this new drill press that they're making, where you can like the ball drill, like it drills it for you. It's basically like a CNC.
CNC, yeah.
And it drills the holes in like less than a minute.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, I don't know, they had it at Bowl Expo last year. And they're still struggling with like getting the machine to do the interchangeables. and like they don't really know how they would get the machine to stay lined up to do slugs, and like so there's still parts of it that they're trying to figure out, but I don't like that either. Like it takes away the human aspect and the skill set of hitting lines, and which it really isn't that hard to do, but it's
Yeah, I tried drilling my own bowling ball once in an old Galicchio. Was it Galicchio? No, not Galicchio. That's the sanding machine doing resurfacing. I forgot what the hell they had in the back of the lanes. Like Classic Lanes Greenfield might have managed it, but they had an old drill press back there because Gary Dershowski would drill his own stuff. And I tried drilling a couple balls, and after like plugging and re-drilling it like 6 times because I couldn't hit the freaking lines. This really isn't that easy.
Yeah, I mean they've come out with all kinds of tools now where you can and there's little tricks you can do.
Oh, I'm sure.
When I'm training somebody in the shop or something to use to use the press, I show them different ways to easily line it up. But I mean it gets to the point now where I could drill a ball in about 3 or 4 minutes, and I just put my eye down there and look, and I'm like, okay, that's how it's lined up. You drill so many balls, it's
right.
like,
you can do it in your sleep.
I know when it's lined up or not.
Okay, so if somebody were to get back in, let's say somebody were to get back in the game, they took a few years off pre-weight hole, when they could have weight holes, and they want to get back in the league, would they be better off just buying a new bowling ball, or would they be okay with bringing a bowling ball back in by you and having the weight hole plugged up?
Yeah, I mean that's ultimately and it happens all the time, So like my first question to that person is like, what are your goals? Are you just getting back into it because like you want to recreationally do it with some family or some friends, and you just want to spend $15 or $20 and plug this weight hole and be done? Or do you want to get back into it? Do you want to join a league? Do you want to progress? And if that's the case, then you should probably buy some new equipment and look into some lessons. The game has changed a lot since then. The bowling balls have changed a lot since then.
Have the core designs changed a lot to deal with the no possibility of a weight hole as well, or are the cores still pretty much looking like they were pre-pandemic?
Truthfully, no.
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
Yeah, truthfully, no. I mean, they're doing all different things now with the with certain shapes and cutouts, but at the end of the day, they've been doing certain shapes and cutouts for years, and 1 + 1 still equals 2. Put you drill into the side of the ball, and depending on if you hit more or less mass, it's going to create more or less asymmetry. And I mean, if you understand the dynamic side of bowling, that stuff doesn't really change. I think they're doing a couple of different. That one that comes to mind is like the rotogrip transformer, or I think Radical did a ball called the Evil Eye. I didn't follow that one as closely as the transformer, but they've done some pretty interesting things here with core design, I guess, as far as that goes, where it's a little bit different. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, it's 1 + 1 still equals 2. The biggest thing that happens in bowling, there's 2 things, and for me, whenever people come to my shop, my biggest thing is education. I try to educate people. I have a lot of different educational tools that I use to show them about how weight blocks actually work. I have an inertia, a gyroscopic, a tool, and they can actually I can show them what happens with low RG balls, high RG balls, when it happens when you put holes in a ball and you create the asymmetry, and you can feel the instability happen with the it's basically
cool.
like this metal thing with spokes. It almost looks like a bicycle wheel.
Okay.
And they have weights on it, and you can move the weights up and down, and it'll show you basically what happens.
As the axis changes as it flares, and that's pretty cool.
So it'll I have all kinds of things like that in the shop that I like to teach with. But the one thing that we all know about is obviously these reactive bowling balls have cover stocks that are very porous. They absorb oil. We have ways to get the oil out of the bowling ball. It's never going to be like it was when it was brand new.
Right.
And it kind of, it ebbs and flows. It's like a tire rotation, right? You get tire rotated, and eventually you just need to get new tires, right? But the other thing that happens that really not a whole lot of people know about to the bowling balls is they're a lot like cement. So whatever that hardness is when it first starts at, USBC right now, it's 73 is the limit. It gets about half a point. Every ball gets about a half a point to a point harder every year. So even though they're already solid, they're still, that's why balls crack, because they're always expanding and contracting, and they're always trying to get smaller and smaller, and they're always getting harder and harder. And so over time, as they get harder, less of it touches the lane. And that's a lot of the reason why your bowling ball doesn't hook like, even if you could have a ball like let's say someone drilled a ball in 2015 and they put 10 games on it, didn't touch it for 10 years, it's going to hook way less than it did in 2015 because it's not 73 anymore, it's closer to 80.
And it's probably, like you said, it's probably the circumference of the bowling ball is probably a tenth of an inch smaller. It might be even smaller because, as you said, it contracts.
It's just, it's mostly just the hardness. The harder that it gets, the less of it touches the lane. So it's just not going to hook. It's not going to grip the lane as consistently. That footprint on the lane just isn't there in comparison to. And when you're talking about like the difference between a 73 hardness ball and an 80 hardness ball, like the difference between a 70 hardness ball and a 73 hardness ball is massive.
Yeah.
So, when your ball starts to push, 80 hardness, it's not going to hook very much, especially in oil. It's going to be very reliant upon, friction to the right or friction down the lane.
I mean, I can remember back in the days of when it was polyester, that's all you had the options of. I mean, there were certain polyesters that, because of the color of the bowling ball, I mean, everybody wanted the caramel white dot. For some reason, the caramel white dot with that color, it hooked more than other white dots did.
Yeah. I mean, this is another thing that's not talked about in bowling is how much color matters in ball motion.
Joe Serrar told me he had one of the first microscopic scanners for surfaces that could read the grit of the ball. He goes, black's always the lowest grit.
It's
at least at that point in time.
Every color absorbs oil at a different rate. So it's in order to get to any color, you're creating a formula. That formula, how you get there is going to be different for every color. So every color has a little bit different density. So like if you're ever plugging a bowling ball and you put the ball plug in the cup and you pour white in, white is very heavy. It just falls right to the bottom. And if you put black in, it just sits at the top. It's like oil and water.
Wow.
So if you ever pay attention to bowling, like your white, that's why there's never been a whole lot of really good rolling white bowling balls. If you put your whites, your neon colors like your lime greens, your oranges, your pinks, they hook very early. They're very, very lazy down the lane. And your blacks are a lot cleaner and a little bit more continuous down the lane. That's why if you're ever in a pro shop and you're looking at a ball wall, you're going to see a lot of blue, black, and purple. I mean, that's just what rolls good. And that's and they're just more neutral colors as well, which works out as it so does. But
has there been a white bowling ball since the AMF XS?
The Black Widow Ghost was like probably the one that comes to mind that was actually pretty good. But every other like all white bowling ball that I can think of has not been good. There's the 400C from Track several years ago. That was okay, I guess. But you just don't see them, and there's a reason. Because white bowling balls are pretty cool, but they just the Honey Badger, Honey Badger White Hot was a really good one as well. But you just don't see them for that reason. You test them in white, they don't roll good as any of the other colors. Typically, when you see an all white bowling ball come out, it's more of a I don't know what the word is. Not like a marketing grab, but like it's like a white pro bowling ball. There's nothing else like it on the market, so it's going to pop and it's going to stand out, right? So
I just remember how dirty that XS got instantly.
That
was urethane back in the day.
I remember we did a huge, like one of the biggest ball tests. It was the biggest ball test we ever did while I was at Ebonite. It was there was a ball that came out called the Choice, and it was red, black, and white. And we did a ball test with, I want to say it was like 70 balls or something like that. It was like, I want to say it was 4 different weight blocks and 6 different covers on each of the weight blocks, and we tested all of them in 4 different colors.
Oh, wow.
And it did not matter the cover stock that we put on it, and it did not matter the weight block that was in the ball. The red, black, and white combo ball rolled better. The worst rolling red, black, and white ball rolled better than the best of any other color. The core and the cover literally didn't matter.
Wow.
So that was like pretty eye-opening to me, and not to say that the core and the cover don't matter, but like color plays a huge, huge role in ball motion. And it's to the point where like I can like look at a bowling ball and look at colors in it and basically tell you what it's going to do.
I was lucky enough to talk to Carmen Salvino a bunch of years back, and I heard stories about it, and he confirmed it. They did a local TV show back in New York City, back in the early mid 50s or so, right before the automatic pin setters really started hitting the scene. And it was a promo thing, and they bowled on lanes that were finished black.
Yeah.
So they
change ball motion.
Yeah. The
100%.
lanes were finished black, and the balls they used were white. They were white hard rubber bowling balls back in the day. And just for TV, because it contrasted so differently with the white pins on the black lane and the white balls going down. There's no video of it. I wish I could find video of that somewhere, because that had to be really cool to watch.
So the new Pro Anvil lane that Brunswick has, they can do it in any color.
Yeah.
And there's some colleges that have done, like, I want to say it's Trine University. I think they have a blue one. Like, those play totally different than the white ones.
Yeah.
Totally different, softness.
The white ones, I saw that when they had it, the PBA Tour Finals at I forgot, main event, I think, before the pandemic. Yeah, those were the white lanes. They had the white Anvil lanes as well. I know at JB's on 41 they have the dark maple, like with white arrows and like board, so you can see boards.
Oh yeah.
All that's white on a really dark maple.
Yeah.
So
that's
it
all matters.
Pretty neat. Yeah.
Yeah, when it's crazy how much actually goes into bowling, and I wish we did a lot more education. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, you hear a lot about how kids learn the physical part of the sport nowadays, because there's so many things out there on YouTube and so many different good bowlers they can follow and that kind of thing. But it doesn't seem like a lot of those get into the techie stuff. Ron Hicklin kind of touches on stuff here and there, but I think Ron's always afraid of talking over people's heads, which is probably pretty easy to do technical-wise with bowling.
Yeah, I mean, it's like anything else, right? You start talking about all these big words and axis migration and whatever terminologies that you want to start throwing people's way, and it's and people's attention spans are getting shorter and shorter these days. That's just what it is with the reels that we watch, and you've got a couple of seconds to capture somebody's attention, and you start talking about something that goes over their head, you lose them on, and you're not going to get their views, and that's what.
There's a reason why the Bruce City Bowling Show is 4 frames. I hate to say it, but hey, in 8 minutes you know what somebody's done on the lanes for their game. I mean, kind of the same thing. Oh, here we go. Wow, 200 even for the survivors. So Chris Hoffman said 576. It might be a few pins higher than that. So it's a little smaller eliminator field tonight. So there's probably 8 bowlers left in the eliminator. Yeah, it might be 585, 590. I think it's definitely sub 600. But if you think about that, then that's based off a 230 average, 80% of 230. So if somebody that averaged 200, they catch, they lose 6 pins a game roughly. So if they shot 224, that'd be 675. Would be about good with their handicap, and now they're going to shoot 80 pins less than that and make the cut.
Yeah.
So it just goes to prove how tough this Paris pattern, is playing this evening. So, and another question here: Do you watch the numbers while you're bowling, so you know what you need to continue on, and say like you're talking 5-game sweeper, 8-game qualifier, or whatever, or do you wait till the end and just focus on what's going on at the moment?
I want to. For me personally, I want to know exactly what I need at all times.
Okay.
Because that's going to change my strategy potentially, right? Like, if I'm close to the number, it might, let's say if I'm a little bit further back, obviously I want to know where I'm at, because I need to know, like, okay, like this ball motion is not going to get me 250. I need 250, so I need to change.
Okay.
Like, right, like, or vice versa. Like, I'm 20, 25 in, and this ball motion's not giving me 220 ball motion, but it might give me 200. Is that going to be enough to keep me in, to kind of look around at scores and see what people... I always want to know where I'm at, because that's going to help me decide, like, how aggressive I'm going to be playing the lanes, or, like, decision-making that I'm going to be making, especially down the stretch. Yeah, I always want to know, and especially, like, if it gets down to the point where I'm in the 10th frame, I want to know if I need it or not. I've always been somebody... I like the pressure. I want to throw the shot. I want to strike when I need to strike, and... I feel like my focus goes up when I know what I need.
Yep. So who's your team you're bowling at the USBC Open Championships with?
It just changed. Yeah. So it's the team that I originally. I shouldn't say originally. It's basically the team that I originally started bowling with. I had to stop bowling with them because they changed the rules. Team USA can't bowl with whatever, right? Like. Yeah. So unfortunately, David O'Sullivan. He is on the team. He just had his knee replaced, so he's gonna miss this year, and he'll be back with us next year. This year it's myself, Kenny Ryan, great lefty. Yep. PJ Haggerty, Sean Nauman, and Sean Riccardi.
Okay. Yeah.
And then so next year when Dave's back, he'll flip places with Kenny.
Okay.
Yeah, we got a really solid team.
Is the number that Barta and company put up, how much is that? Is that somebody? I've heard a couple people say I don't think anybody else can touch that number for team all events because they lap the field.
Yeah, I mean they bowl great. I mean
Yeah.
I don't think any number is untouchable until we bowl.
Okay.
I mean why would you go bowl if you don't think you could?
I get it.
Yeah,
You're not out there bowling for second place.
Yeah,
I get
if
it.
somebody did it, it's not impossible. I mean, they bowl phenomenal. Will it win? Yeah, I mean, first or second, right?
Yeah.
Most likely. But yeah, I mean, we got a really good group. I'm such a conspiracy theorist. I have such a conspiracy theory about not a conspiracy, but like, I look back at the last. I mean, I could probably go back almost 15 years now, but let's say the last 10 years, and there's just a certain window of rev rate that bowls well at nationals every year, and it's the same window of rev rate and the same guys, the same bowlers, the same everything that are winning the Eagles every single year, and it's just they do these things to these patterns, and really for the last couple of years, it's been basically the same patterns we bowl on. They're pretty short and flat for team, and they're pretty long, and they play out but ever since they've started putting these strips in the oil patterns down the lane, when you bowl on patterns like that where you've got this little bit of wiggle down the lane, the more left to right that you start to go with your ball reaction, the worse it gets. It shuts out high rev guys. You might have your your outliers here and there. A lot of that probably depends on who they bowl with and how their lane breaks down. Breaks down overall. But when you have guys with rev rate that are chopping out the lane and you're forced left and you've got to start going left to right and your ball kind of gets down the lane and has to get back around the corner with that strip down the lane, it just doesn't work out. And the guys that can kind of stay in that tube and play, kind of stay right at that 15, stay right at like 15, 16, 17 in the front of the lane, those are the guys that are winning Eagles every year.
Yeah.
Just because they're able to keep it in front of them and that strip, if you can get your ball to kind of face up before that strip, that's the deal. And yeah, it's the same guys every year. You look back. I mean, that's why I don't know. I would love to bowl on something like this in out there or bowl on just something different that requires a different angle. I don't know. I feel like we bowl on the same thing every year. It's just getting old for me. But
I
got Eric Pearson smiling.
Even the years. I
was saying at nationals, I feel like we bowl on the same thing every year. Teams like short and flat and long. And minors kind of plays out. It's a little longer. What's that? I said I feel like I was talking about how I have this I don't want to say a conspiracy, but ever since they started putting the strip of oil down the lane, the speed bump.
The speed bump at nationals.
At nationals, yeah. So I feel like it really shuts out a lot. If you have a group of high rev guys, you're screwed because as soon as you get to go left or right in the front of the lane with those down the lane, it starts to get wonky. And the guys that can with the little lower rev rates that can prolong that transition and keep it in front of them, less danger. Yeah, exactly. And so I feel like there's just been a magical window of rev rate between 300 and 375, 400. Those guys are winning the Eagles. And I was just saying, I feel like it's been the same thing the last however many years. It takes ideally it's to take urethane out of play, right? I mean, that was the whole origination of it when the whole urethane thing started. It was the speed bump thing. That was kind of but I also think it makes it harder to break the pattern down. I also think it makes it harder to break the lane down as a team, right? You can't chop the lane up when there's hang down the lane as quite as easily. Yeah. Yeah.
I'd love to get Eric for 3 hours with just Eric Unfiltered and just let it go. There we go. It's a new podcast coming out. Pearson Unfiltered.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of. I shouldn't say I'm not a fan of the speed bump. There's time and a place for it. I don't mind bowling on it, but don't make it the same thing. I feel like every year we're bowling on the same thing and playing the same way. It's short and flat, in team, and then you throw a big ball to the right in singles and doubles, and it's just I don't know.
Yeah.
But
You might have to do some work tomorrow. I think Nick Wetzel might be coming in looking for thumb holes again. He's not having a good night. I've never seen Nick with 59 in the 6th frame before in my life.
Yeah.
And part of it's the pattern. And he, like you said, he told us a few weeks ago, and 3 weeks ago, he was in the booth, and he's like, I'm using these sweepers to work on getting better without my thumb, because practice alone just isn't going to do it. You need to know what you're doing when you're under a little bit of pressure. And right now, that pressure is just biting him in the ass. I mean, that's 4 straight splits of various. He left a ripper 710 last frame.
Yeah, and exactly like we talked about earlier, this is a very, this is a pattern that, in my opinion, left to right can get a little bit unfair. The left starts to have to move right and try to shim it in there, and they start laying it down in that righty chop, and their ball just doesn't do the right thing down the lane, which forces them back to the left, and that's really not where you need to be on this pattern. And all while that's happening, you got the righties, that track area is starting to develop, and they've got 47 feet of hold in front of the headpin.
It's not the best day to be a lefty today. But, you take the go with the bat, and you learn it. That's where you learn to trick it. I mean, you were talking about some of those guys before. Ryan Page goes even out, he taught me a couple things even on a house shot where he goes, just kind of track the oil wall for a bit. He goes, but then use your own carry down and kind of trick it with your hand a little bit and play where you've pushed the extra 2-3 feet down the lane.
Yeah.
Like 2 weeks after I did that, I shot 300 in the league, and that was without bowling for a month. It's just like, wow, Rhino, you were right. Pretty smart.
Yeah, it's just a different game.
I still remember Rhino when he won the U.S. Open in 2017, and we were in Syracuse, New York, and Belmo started throwing backup balls because the lefties had a little bit of a, that was the old format U.S. Open before they went to the 108 guys and all the other stuff, and Rhino's like, yeah, he can back it up all he wants, but unless he can trick it while he's throwing the backup, it's not gonna help him. And guess what? Now you're seeing kids on both sides of the lane that can, Dio Bernard or Anthony Simonson. Don't matter the hand, don't matter the side of the lane. Here's 39 boards, and
100%.
We'll use them all.
Yeah, I was joking. Like when I came up, I feel like when I started bowling, like pretty competitively in the late 2000s, early 2010s, that was really the I'll call it tipping point of like your Michael Haugen type players, like the guys that play straight, let's call them. You started to just see less and less of them. The rev rate era started to kind of take over, and then that's how I learned how to bowl. Right, so like I spent my entire life trying to learn this craft, and then it's my turn to go on tour and do this, and now everyone's throwing it with 2 hands, and I'm like, oh, I didn't learn how to do this, right?
Right.
And so now exactly what's happening, right? All these kids are learning how to throw it with 2 hands, and then I was talking to I don't remember if it was last year or the year before, but Trey and Landon Jordan. They were at the regional at Fox, and I was talking to them, and I was like, you guys have spent your entire life learning this crap, and you're gonna go out on tour in a few years, and you're gonna have to completely relearn how to bowl because everyone's gonna be throwing it back up.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is what's gonna. Yeah.
I watched Trey in Lockport go to a backup ball and shoot 1,000 for 4.
Yeah. I'm like, you guys are gonna have to learn this thing. Like it's totally. It's just crazy how bowling is evolving.
Yeah. He shot qualifying. He shot most of qualifying right-handed the day before. It was in the mid-20s, and he came out early in practice and in the cashers round. And all of a sudden, it wasn't working. Okay, backup ball. Let's just shoot 1,000 for 4. There you go. And he shot 800 for 3 games using the right side of the lane during qualifying after he was 100 under.
Yeah.
It's just like, come on. Is there? Here's a good question from Billy. Is there a time for shine on a ball, or do you prefer the knock to shine off from the start to tame it for better read and from overreacting?
Yeah, I mean, any of your elite level bowlers are going to tell you they'll almost never use shine on a ball. I mean, if you go to a tour event and they drill a ball off the truck, whatever pick a polished ball, it gets holes on it. They go to the paddock and work it out, and they go to put it on the lane, and they're hitting it with 2,000 or 1,000 or 2,000 right away.
Okay.
I mean, they literally don't throw balls with shine out there, and even on TV when they look shiny, it's the TV lights. Like those balls have surface on them. Polish is probably one of the worst things that you can put on a bowling ball at elite level bowling because it magnifies the oil and the friction. And when you're talking about, elite level bowling, you want consistency. You want your ball to read the lane the same way 2 times in a row, and surface is what does that for you, right? So Barnes. I remember Barnes said something. I don't remember how long ago it was, but basically, you want to throw the earliest hooking ball that still goes through the pins.
Yeah. Yep.
So there is a time and a place. I will say there are some times, like I said, proprietors are not installing new lane surfaces very often. A lot of these lane surfaces are 25, 30 years old. There's a lot of the topography and depression in a lot of these installs. There's also a lot of lines on the lane which create friction. A lot of wear and tear. And when you get to these lane surfaces like this, some guys are starting to use. I still don't love to use actual compound to shine my stuff. I'll take it to 4,000 on the resurfacing machine. It'll shine up. I just don't like the compound. But I'll do it on some bigger bowling balls that still has a weight block that will kind of keep the shape a little more predictable for me. Almost never, I would say, am I throwing like a shiny symmetrical ball. I've hit it with surface at some point and knocked the shine off of it, even if it's shined back up a little bit. I'm never using compound from the factory.
Yeah. I watch a little bowl TV here and there when I get a chance, but after seeing what the poor ladies are going to have to go through round 3 at the Women's U.S. Open this week with a pattern that's oiled to 24 feet, but then buffed out to 58. I'm sure it's something that's never really been seen. I remember back in the day when the TOC, when they were in the arena at Mohegan Sun, they used a 50-foot pattern on a brand new install, but it was also a long buff, so you're watching guys like Tommy Jones just have a little surface on the ball, and the ball's still getting through that 30 feet of buff and still facing up to the pocket.
I think we're in a very interesting phase in bowling as far as pattern development goes. A lot of it does have to do with the left-right inequality at times.
Yeah.
There's been a lot more of these asymmetrical patterns that they've been developing where, it starts a little bit different on the left side versus the right side, so they can almost try to simulate that traffic without it actually being there.
Yeah.
So that at the end, it kind of ends up in the same place, I think is what the goal is. I don't think they're quite there yet with that. I'd like for them to keep trying. I think that's an interesting route.
The pattern you guys pulled on at Fox U last year was interesting, and it kind of did that achievement, but it was so weird. You look at the chart and you go, why?
I know why, but
like you said, the right, left.
Yeah.
It's bowling here, basically, this lane surface is 30 years old, but for the lefties, it's 6 or 7 years old.
I think like I said, I think you've got a couple of things going on in our industry right now that are requiring us to think about the way that we design patterns a little bit differently. The first being this whole urethane era.
Yeah.
It's gotten to the point where, again, and a lot of it goes back to the topography of a lot of these installs are so bowl-shaped that you can't really out-oil the topography.
Yeah.
And for reactive balls, it matters a lot more because they're just way more sensitive to oil. But these urethane balls that you can just mash with surface and they kind of take the pattern out of play to an extent. And so they've been doing some, USBC banned it in certain tournaments, and I don't think that they foresaw people sanding plastic balls.
Yeah.
And it worked pretty good. So I think that this 58-foot pattern I think they're doing some testing. I really do. I think they're doing some trial and error to just kind of see what works, what doesn't work. They've done it at the Masters the last couple of years with some funky patterns.
Yeah.
They're definitely trying some different things right now.
Yeah.
To go back to the pattern at the regional at Foxview last year, the other thing that's going on in our industry right now is string pins, right? So.
Right.
More and more centers are going to them. More and more centers are going to continue to go to them. Like it, don't like it. Obviously, your opinion. It is going to be the future of bowling, and it is a little bit different than free fall. It does look a little bit different. The scoring pace, in my opinion, is roughly about the same. I just think it looks a little bit different how you get there.
Yeah, it's controlling the pocket a bit better than what some. Especially for the higher rep players, they need to learn to control the pocket a bit more than they used to for a while.
Yeah, your off-pocket hits just don't quite strike as easily as they do on free fall. Really, is what it comes down to. And so I think that the PBA in they've got to think years. You got to think ahead, right? So
Right. Oh, yeah.
This is basically what they're going to be bowling on at some point in the future, right? So, it's funny because I see Stefan every day, and the proprietor at Foxview and Sussex, which both have string pins, and a lot of these off-pocket hits. Your typical league bowlers' rev rates are not crazy high, right?
No.
250, maybe 300.
Yeah.
Low to low medium, let's just call
Right.
it, right? So, in order for a rev rate like that to create entry angle and get the same type of pin carry, or have a chance of creating the same type of pin carry that they might on a free fall, there's got to be an abundance of free friction to the right, where if they miss to the right, it goes and goes, right?
Yeah.
So we had been talking about it for a while, because your most house shots, there might be one 2-2 in the pattern. Some probably don't have any. And then it just kind of works its way 1 4-4, maybe 1 or 2 7-7, and it kind of blends its way into the oil being in the middle of the lane, right?
The old Christmas tree effect.
The original pattern that we put out at Foxview, we tested it for a couple of days. There was no oil right of 7.
Yeah.
And then we settled on it being no oil right of 4, and then I think eventually he might have put 1 2-2 back in, but there was like almost no oil to the right.
Yeah.
And I was like, I think that is what is going to be needed for these, is to almost make them like super black and white on the outside part of the lane, so that when you miss out there, you can still get that drive through the pins. And so we had been working on that for probably 2 or 3 months, just playing around with that in our own free time, and then the PBA sent Stefan the pattern, and it was a pattern that had no oil right of 4. Yeah, not without our influence whatsoever.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was pretty equal. Well, Stefan liked it because it was the first PBA event he ever cashed in.
No, he cashed the year before.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
Okay.
he cashed the year before. He did not cash last year, I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah, but he did. He cashed
one of the years. Yeah. It's been there. I know it was his first cash. But it was it was pretty neat to see, because it was pretty balanced for the field, and then finals was 2 lefties, 2 righties. Even Chad Moss took down the title.
Yep.
On that one. So, and Chad's not. I mean, Chad back in the day was, wow, watch this guy rip it, and nowadays he's like, yeah, he's got revs, but he doesn't have what we see.
Don't get me started. They're probably not listening, but we got into a friendly little back and forth, because when I congratulated Chad for winning, I called him medium, like a mid-rev rate guy.
Yeah.
And I think he got a little bit butthurt.
Yeah, but
I'm like, Chad, dude, you're like 400, 420s.
Right.
Like you're not at top of the food chain anymore, dude.
You're high on the mid part, but you watch. Yeah, I mean, even Barnes, talking to Chris Barnes, when I went out, he said it during the World Series of Bowling. When I went out on tour, I was one of the highest rev rates out there.
He's bottom 5
nowadays.
now.
Yeah, exactly. Follow up to the sanding, dry sanding versus wet sanding on a spinner. Dry sanding leaves the ball gritty. Wet sanding smooths it out. Is that?
I actually don't recommend sanding on a spinner ever. So
okay.
If you think of any type of any time that you do sanding ever, you're doing it at a slow speed. So what happens when you sand a bowling ball on a spinner is that there's slippage. The RPM of the spinner goes too fast. I used a spinner strictly for cleaning and polishing.
Okay.
So if I do all of my sanding, I'll either if I'm in my shop, I'll do it on my resurfacing machine. If I'm if I'm wherever, I'll do it by hand. I try to do it wet. I'm a wet sander, personally.
Because the resurfacing machine, it has that little fountain or a little fountain thing on top that drips on it.
Yep.
Okay. So, hey, learn something new.
Yeah, I think it prolongs the life of the Abralon pad, which, in my opinion, the life of the Abralon pad has gotten shorter and shorter over the years. I don't know if they're making them cheaper or what the deal is, but it feels like I sand a ball 2 or 3 times with an Abralon pad and the thing's done. Yeah. Okay. I mean, there's just dust and obviously debris that gets left on the ball that I think when it's wet, you can kind of clean it off a little bit easier than when it's dry. Wet sander for sure. And don't use a ball spinner to sand bowling balls. Not a fan of it.
So just if you're hitting it up with a ball cleaner or whatever, spray it on there, and there's some dry towel on top of the wet cleaner.
Water. I'll run in the bathroom real quick, run it under the faucet, and bring it out. Just wet it, and then
Okay.
Yep.
So no special cleaners for. Okay.
I'm the worst person to ask about ball cleaning. You should.
It's fine.
You should 100% do it. I haven't cleaned a ball in 15 years.
Oh,
but
I
put 40 games on a ball and I'm on to the next one. So
right.
I just don't clean them.
Right. And we did an extra frame piece years ago about that with and just the range that you get. Don Barrett never cleaned a bowling ball.
Yeah. Well,
never.
when you start getting to, when you drill the amount of bowling balls a year that we drill, it's like, especially me, because I drill the amount of bowling balls a year that I drill, and I'm bowling less. So, like, I drill like 5 or 6 balls for something, and then it's like, all right, I got 10 games on these things, and then the next event rolls around, I've got 4 or 5 more to drill. It's like, I just never get a whole lot of an abundance of games on a ball to where I feel like I need to clean it.
So, and then plug it up, and a high school kid gets it for a good price.
Yep.
So, exactly. So, Chris, we did. So, that's it for now. Matt, thanks for coming in.
Yeah, no
Appreciate
problem.
it. You see him out at Top Notch Bowling. Don't come in this weekend because he's not going to be around. He's going to be enjoying some R&R out in Las Vegas. But shop hours for the summer out in Waukesha are what right now?
We are Mondays 12 to 7, Wednesdays 12 to 7, Thursdays 4 to 7, and Tuesdays and Fridays by appointment. But try to come in during Monday, Wednesday,
Right,
Thursday.
yeah.
Catch me on the golf course most of the time, Tuesdays and Fridays.
There you go. So,
yeah, enjoy my summers.
Yeah, exactly. So thanks for sitting in with us. Appreciate it. And if you get questions, Top Notch Bowling's on Facebook. Just make sure to follow their page. You can follow stuff from both locations. If you're closer to Racine, Brian will set you up really nice down there as well. You can't make the trip up. Otherwise, see Matt, as he said. He'll be back to full hours
we're
mid-August.
We're there 12 to 7 every day of the
Yeah.
week, pretty much, starting basically mid-August until the end of April.
Yeah. So, and beat the rush. Get in early. So don't be the guy going, hey, I need this ball tomorrow, and make Matt stay there until midnight. Not going to happen.
Yep.
All right, Matt, thanks for sitting in. We got a break now. We have to get to our round of 18. We're going to be totaling up some scores, and we'll be back with that shortly.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody else.
He's always good in city.
How far left you go?
Outside.
By the way, I was in the gutter playing like 50 euro.
I played 15.
It'll start off with like him pushing the whole guy in the face for a game, and then it'll go to like his dancing and stuff like that, and then it'll go to 28 to 5.
Yes. Yeah. What the shirtless guys?
That's all I'm saying. It's a 7 game. I'm here. I started feeling it. Oh, 35.
Yeah. What'd you shoot? I think you're gonna be. I think it's gonna be 5-7. Yeah, I know.
Now he's saying it.
Right?
Ethan was kind of shit about
And I was like, ah, it's good.
Oh, you can't make her walk this.
And it was.
I just made Kelly so
So I was like, ah, I'll be fine. No.
maybe we could just like sculpt. How far can you get?
You're cold and hot at the same time. Yeah.
128.
They like 240.
Yeah.
And then I buried the next two on the left lane. I had no idea where to go. All I said going in, I was like, I just 27, how hard is that? And then the fourth point, I was like, the Braves are gone.
See you. Yeah, no shit. She's gonna watch. Yeah, I'll say that. Yeah, I'm not in the bar drinking here. I was there. Everyone was like,
Max was on Nick right after he left at 7:10. Yeah, man, I go, I think Nick's coming back in for some thumbs to get This was a 7-8 game block over here, right? The problem is I don't even think my thumb would have done anything. Have my thumb in. We used to have some wiggle room here. I pulled back game, I'm still thinking,
I tried that. And I should have probably done it because as soon as I try doing that, then it pushes out just right where it catches that outside. And that was the problem with the coat. The coat was beautiful if I had some number ones, but I probably should have.
that's literally why I stopped playing.
That's okay. That gets to work. And I'm not physically that great today.
You watching it on
You know, that's $20 you don't buy, but it's more important. If you win it, it is much more.
Today I came in and I was like, holy shit. And I knew I was
Like time to waste money on the corporate.
there you go.
I love that.
Confident of yourself.
I love that. Toughest game in the world.
That's the best way. It gives you all kinds of points.
Physically, I felt like
I thought that's the quarter vision you were talking about.
oh, okay.
See, one quarter.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it would. Remember what happened last year? That LBC pattern. I can't do it. It's so funny. I remember well, terrible on that. Fox, I pulled on a couple times. And for the actual LBC, I actually did it. I didn't make it fun of cats. Laid down like we had that first 8 weeks. I think I highlighted I had, that's what I ended up going.
I could probably straight
I asked him, I don't know about Dio Bernard's throwing the next spot. He was like,
Prime, like, the best time.
I would have probably. I asked him, as long as it was 2019.
He's hitting you. What's your break on your purple?
I put that where I put birthday, like a video call.
I was like, I barely made the cash. Whatever the cash was. All the way to 11.
It's a cell.
I got the same amount. You probably moved like a couple better than me. I'm like, okay. They're not really.
Well, I mean, to be fair, like, I'm only doing it because it's 2 hours away. So if it was somewhere way out there, you just gotta stay out of trouble. No one else.
All right, Bowlers, results here. First and foremost, we're going to do the Survivor side. We are paying out the top 7 in the Survivor side pot today. Coming in 7th place, $15 for 176 in the last game, D'Artagnan Sellers. Number 6 bowler in the Survivor side pot, taking home $20 for 196, Alejandro Gallegos.
I know, that's when you hope it's like 620 or something.
Number 5 bowler, taking home, well, not taking home, it's going into the smart account, $35 for 198, Kellen Baldowitz. And we had a tie with that 5th, or excuse me, it was 4th place tie. Also 198 that game. Also $35 for Steve McQuest. Number 3 finisher in the Survivor side pot, taking home $50 for a 200 in the final game, Jaden Kenny. 2nd place finisher, $60 winner with a 205, making her the Summer Sweeper Series debut, Jill Zenkowski. And 1st place finisher in the Survivor side pot, 231 in the last game. $75 winner, also a Summer Sweeper Series. First time entrant, Dominic Fortson. Congratulations. All right, bowlers. The cut number making it through into the top 18 tonight. 592. 592 is the number coming through. John Stud Halasco was the cut. And then bowlers, as I read your names from number 1 on down to number 18. As I read your names from number 1 to number 18, please come on up here to the bowling counter and choose a lane that you would like to be on for this round of 18. Number 1 qualifier, 689 after handicap. Congratulations, Ben Medina.
Hey, let's go!
Number 2 qualifier, 685 for Steve Bequest. Number 3 qualifier tonight, 672. I gotta get new batteries for my microphone. Finalist last week, Emma Johnson. 656 was the number for your number 4 qualifier. Last week's champion, D'Artagnan Sellers. Rounding out the top 5, 644 for Dominique Fortson. Number 6 qualifier tonight, 641 for Rob Kenny.
Yay!
Number 7 qualifier, 639 for Todd Juilliard. Number 8 qualifier, 622, Alejandro Gallegos. Number 9, we have a tie at 618. That tiebreaker goes to Lucas Will. And then your number 10 qualifier, also 618 for Sam Medina Conchi. Number 11 qualifier this week, 613, Jill Zenkowski. Number 12 bowler, 612, Lori Exner. Number 13 bowler tonight, 611 for Jess Anderson. 14 qualifier, we had another tie at 601. That tie goes to John Stevenson. And then your other, the number 15 qualifier, 601, Jaden Kenny. Number 16 qualifier tonight with an even 600, Kellen Baldowitz. Number 17 qualifier at 594, Chris. I gotta use higher SPF Hoffman. Seriously, check out his watch sunburn, it's fantastic. And then number 18 qualifier tonight, the aforementioned John Stud Halasco with 592. We're making it through. All right, top 18 bowlers, congratulations once again for making it through here into the top 18 in the Survivor in the Summer Sweeper Series. Everybody earns 1 point in the main standings for making it through so far. Once all 3 bowlers who qualified to your pair are present and ready to bowl, you can push the blue check marks on the stanchions and then next and then play, and that's going to get your 3 minutes of practice going here for the round of 18. Don't forget, if you make it through to the top 9 tonight, you not only make it into the cash, but you also get yourself one of the top-notch bowling chamois from Matt Gasn's Pro Shop there, Top Notch, located in Waukesha and Racine. So a little extra play for going into the top 9. Congratulations, top 18 bowlers once again. Good luck and great bowling.
All right, you heard the announcements from Kevin Meyer. He'll be joining us in the booth shortly. 592 the cut. John Stud, Alaska, the man on that number. Ben Medina, your high qualifier, 685. So this 47-foot Paris pattern played tough. Bowlers starting their 3 minutes of practice. We'll give you the full rundown of players still left in the field as we battle our way through this round of 18 into the round of 9 and into our top 4 finals, as we're going to crown that Week 5 champion. And don't forget, not only are the bowlers going to have a chance to take down some American Place Casino free play in that top 4 finals with jackpot shots and spares for dough, they can also take home the champion's bucket if they win this evening, over $200 in great car care products thanks to our friends at Holtz Motors.
I'm excited to check this place out.
It's gotta be better than our usual.
Feel invisible at other casinos?
Welcome. Great to see you.
Hey, we see you. Because at American Place, we go above and beyond to deliver not just great gaming and dining, but personal service and attention where nothing is overlooked. Especially you. American Place Casino.
Long time no see. You have no idea.
All right, and less than 20 seconds of practice left for our players. Joining me in the booth is our wonderful host proprietor, Kevin Meyer. And Kevin, I had a couple of people thought the scoring was going to be a little bit lower than it actually was. I heard like 7 or 570. A couple of players thought cuts would be 592 was the final number, huh?
Oh yeah, hey, microphone, turn the volume up, Kevin. Jeez,
what fun is that,
rookie? Yeah, I was actually a little surprised by that cut number as well, because I wasn't watching every score as they were rolling in totaled up. But in talking to Matt about how this pattern plays, you know, he felt like it would start to really open up for players. So did see some bigger scores that last game. Jude Anderson, bless his heart, missed it by 1 stick.
Ooh.
And I was actually talking through him with, you know, a couple things just form-wise on what to work on. And I saw he shot 170 something his last game and missed by 1 pin. So Jude, great job, way to bounce back. That's it, you know, perfect example. Just don't give up. Keep trying.
Well, he's been hanging tough. I mean, you know, last year 1 as a bowler, averaging 100, that kind of thing. Now he just keeps getting a little bit better and better every event. You know, came in this week at a 139 average, and as you said, shot 170 the last game to give himself a chance. So, I mean, that's pretty impressive to do for that young man.
Yeah, and with him, it's, you know, some technique basics. You know, just you know, being a two-handed bowler, you can tend to get your shoulders offline and your eyes off your target. Being able to be consistently laying the ball down where you're looking is a huge thing. So
So we got some players underway here. Ben Medina, he's your bowler on lane 6. He's your leading qualifier. Let's see, on lane 5 is Todd Drouillard, our champion from week 2. Sam Medina Conchi rounds out that lineup on 5 and 6. 7 and 8, all your bowlers in your 2, 3, 4 spot. Bequest your 2-spot bowling on lane 8. Johnson and Sellers, champions of week 3 and 4 respectively for Bequest and Sellers. So lots of champions still in the field looking for that hard-to-do second championship in the season. We got 3 players that can do that, and don't count out Lori Exner down on 1 and 2. We'll get in her shortly, as Lori has a chance to be in the top 4 finals for the 3rd consecutive week.
Yeah, Lori's been bowling really well, and she keeps saying, hey, I'm here for my 3 games of practice, and she keeps getting more value, so can't argue with that too much.
Well, I just saw the sign. How did I miss the sign about happy hour on Tuesdays through Fridays from 2 to 5? Is that new?
No, it's been up for a while.
It's been up for a while?
Yeah, we're open in the afternoons now, which is a big step that I've been wanting to take for a while, and it took finding the right person that's available to work some hours in the afternoon and so forth. We got a fantastic fun bartender. Her name is Joy. Yeah, she's a blast. So if you're around in the afternoon, you want to have some 2-for-1 domestics and some $4 rail tappers, come on in for happy hour here at Country.
Well, bring the kids. Sign the kids up for Kids Bowl free.
There you go.
Let the kids bowl a couple of games. You can have a couple beverages. Have a nice pizza from here at Country Lanes as a little early dinner.
And I got to brag about our pizzas a little bit. We use grande cheese, which is made here in Wisconsin, which is a mozzarella provolone blend, but it's very melty. We use sausage from a local the meat market here, CNR Market, over on like 9th in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
We have a very specific sauce that we chose because it's got cheese in the sauce and it's not too sweet, so we were very particular about our pizza ingredients that we chose, and a lot of people love our pizzas, so come check them out.
They are quite tasty. I went with, didn't have enough room for a 12-inch pizza tonight. I wasn't going nuts, but I did have the Carolina Gold boneless wings. That gold sauce is so tasty.
There is a joke about Phil not having room for 12 inches, but I'll let that go till next week.
But
once again, we have entered the gutter, which many people did on this pattern. I saw a lot of, especially early, holy cow, did I see a lot of people go into the channel early on this pattern.
Yeah. Wow, there's the almost smash 7-9. Alexander. Your bowlers on 3 and 4, Alejandro Gallegos.
Se necesita hablar español, señor.
Yes. Jill Zankowski in her first event of the season. Good to see Jill make it into the round of 18. She was one of our top finishers in the eliminator tonight. And Dominique Fortson is your bowler on lane 4. Over on 1 and 2, Kellen Baldowitz and Chris Hoffman on 1. And on lane 2 is Lori Exner. So surprising, even though Lori was a 12 seed, she decided to go on 1 and 2. But she hit that pair a little earlier tonight, so a little familiarity for the pairs that are left. Because for those of you that might be joining us for the first time, once we get in the round of 18, all scores drop. So it's only this one game, top 9 scores going in the round of 9. But also the advantage from qualifying is you get to choose your pair until there's 3 bowlers on that pair, then it's shut off.
Correct.
So that's why you see a lot of these times.
Yeah, so
you see a lot of bowlers grouped together like we see with Bequest, Johnson, and Sellers on 7 and 8.
Yeah, and so it's like if you qualify top 3 of any round, you guarantee your lane choice for that next round.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the advantage going forward. You said, talking about first-time bowlers, fantastic story from last week. As we were leaving, I got a message from Jill Zankowski, Jill works with the MAUSBC. She does so many things involved with women's bowling and local association bowling, and I guarantee you go to almost any MAUSBC tournament, Jill is there having a blast. And that woman, bless her heart, is one of the most positive, uplifting, fun people to be around. And she messages me, and she's like, Kevin, I've been watching every episode all the time. And she's like, I'm kind of that person in the background who's been watching, and I decided, you know what, next week I'm going to go do it. Yeah. And I was like, Jill, heck yeah, let's go. Come on in, let's have some fun. And, talking with a few things as she was going through qualifying, Jill, scores are lower on this. Keep going for your spares. Keep qualifying, doing your thing. And she made the cut today, so we'll see what she does.
Yeah, she stopped by the booth between games and thanked me for talking her into it. She goes, I watched. She goes, I love it. She goes, She goes, the finals are past my bedtime, but I get up first thing in the morning. I can watch the finals from the night before, and that's it's one of the reasons why we do it, because that way you don't got to search for 4 other hours of action before you get to the finals. We understand that a lot of people got to work in the morning. I mean, Lori Exeter every week she goes, 5 hours of sleep, here it comes, because she keeps bowling good. Good cover. Oh, are you kidding me?
Send the one around the
Are you kidding me? So let's get our players introduced up on the high end here. We don't want to forget about our players on 9 through 12. On 9 and 10, you have John Simonson, who is your number 15 qualifier, Lucas Will, your number 10 qualifier, and Jane Kenny, your number 14 qualifier. And on 11 and 12, Rob Kenny, 47-foot oil, and Rob Kenny can score. The sky is blue, water is wet, and Rob Kenny likes long oil. Rob Kenny is bowling on 11 and 12 with John Halaska, who was the cut number, and Jess Anderson. We mentioned Jess already. Jess having some problems, though, right now. Jess, a pretty new bowler as well. We mentioned Jude Anderson. Well, Jess, too, a pretty new bowler. Got her way into this round, but she's having a little trouble with keeping it down the middle, because even if you're a little errant at first.
Hey, look at her. Right?
She's back.
Cute. She figured it out. That a girl, Jess. I said to Jess in between a few games, because the first game, Jess's average is what, like 96 or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think, kind of a testament to, you do not have to be like the world's greatest bowler to bowl these tournaments. You just need to have a sanctioned average.
Right.
And her husband, Jeff Anderson, who we all refer to as Hefe, he did not have a good first game. I mean, it was a number I don't want to say on the air because he'll probably punch me. But I said to Jess, I was like, Jess, that was your one shot to beat Jeff. And she goes, I know I screwed it up. I was like, don't worry, you'll get him. You'll make the cut. And she did.
Yeah.
So keep knocking them down there, Jess. You got this.
So, but good to see some names in the chat, that bowlers that we've seen in past weeks. Amber Gerke, Billy Feldy, Justin. Well, Justin's in the chat, but it is. Justin's always in the chat, even when he's bowling.
Did he flex again?
He says he's still in the IR, but he's going to be coming back soon. He says he's on the IR for bowling until August. So
until August, he said, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know he was trying to make sure he was 100%, because last thing I want to see is anybody get hurt and then get hurt again, because that prolongs your recovery. And
right.
at the end of the day, this tournament ain't going anywhere.
Yep.
It's going to be around. And if you want to bowl all the events, but you're only able to bowl 5 of them, you're still going to get benefit from something like this. So
it's just cool seeing the bowlers that usually are here. They're keeping an eye on things as it goes along. They really wanted to be here, but next best thing. How many other sweepers out there in the country can say, hey, can't be here, watch it? It's the only one I know of. We just missed a great cover on a 3-6-7 by D'Artagnan Sellers, as he's trying to go back-to-back championships.
Yeah, that's quite the feat in these formats. And and even though this week attendance down a little bit, we had actually a pretty unusually high number of last-minute drops.
Yeah.
For just different reasons. Life happens. Like one person didn't have power when they got home.
Right.
Hey, that happens.
Yep.
And so we only had 40 bowlers in the field this week, where we've been consistently right around 50. But even in a 40 bowler field, getting through the top 18, through the 9, into the 4, and winning, going back to back, is incredibly difficult.
Right.
Especially on a pattern like this that's giving a lot of people fits today.
Yeah. Is this the first time all year that even with the handicap, the cut score was under 700? I think so.
For the top qualifier?
For the top qualifier, yeah. A couple of weeks ago, it was like 712 or 715.
I can research it real quick and let you know.
Let me
get a hold of my research department, and we'll get back to you.
Absolutely. I know you pay them well.
Yeah, Google Drive, yeah. It's got a weird name. I don't know why somebody would name their child Google Drive, but...
Oh, I'm sure if somebody was paid enough money for it. We'll pay your kid's college. You can go to Yale, you can go wherever he wants for college. All right, Google Drive.
Let's see here. We'll do some research as the action rolls on here, but...
Well, Steve Bequest, number 2 in overall points, looking to get back into the 1 spot, especially because the man in front of him is on his pair, because D'Artagnan Sellers last week almost perfect. Wow, as Emma Johnson leaves a stuffed 7-9. And you saw the reaction on her way back. She can't believe it did that. I can't believe it did that. D'Artagnan can't believe it did that. Wow. goes to prove it's about, Matt Gasn talked about earlier, it's about the strength of the roll and the entry angle getting into the pocket. So, speaking of Matt Gasn, good night, sir. Thanks for sitting in the booth. Appreciate you. Take care of yourself.
Thanks, Matt. Always fun to have a variety of folks in the door.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure that was a interesting conversation. All right, so here's an interesting answer for you. No, this is not the first time that it's been under 700.
Oh, okay.
But the other time it was under 700, you know, the number 1 qualifier was Ben Medina.
Really?
So Ben has a knack for doing well on the more difficult patterns, which, you know, he shot a 300 at a regional this year. So that's checking the boxes, as they say.
It's pretty neat to watch the talent of a lot of these young. I mean the average you balance. Okay, let's take the outlier out with stud, but I mean, you know, you drop stud. There's a lot more under 25 bowlers in the top 18 right now than there are over 25, or it's pretty much about half and half.
Yeah.
So
interesting fact about stud today, he played 2.5 hours of pickleball this afternoon.
I believe it.
And he's out here bowling tonight.
Yeah.
And John is in his 80s.
You don't use it, you lose it.
You know what? So many people don't live their life, you know, and
exactly.
John's out there living it to the extreme, man. Keep her going.
Exactly. You get one shot through this world, make it the best one you can.
Yes, sir. Even if it's pickleball at the Y, if that's your thing, pickleball it up. I don't know the first thing about pickleball other than it looks like tennis.
Right.
It looks like tennis with a weird ping pong paddle.
It's tennis for Oompa Loompas, basically. As John gets a bad break there, leaves the 5-6 on the pocket shot.
It's better than the 6-7.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, my kids
I was going to say.
Nah, they're sleeping.
Yeah, see, because you don't have to deal with that at the moment. Well, even though today was their last day of school, you got them in bed already. Wow,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, they're in bed by 8:30. That's because they went home, had lunch, and got them out on the trampoline.
Ah, there you go. So,
or Leanne could confirm in the chat if they're sleeping, but they better be.
You get home, they're still up watching TV.
Which Leilani just got her TV she won in a raffle in her bedroom, so that could be a possibility.
My wife goes, my wife saw the post, how does a 13 or 14-year-old girl get a 58-inch TV in her bedroom? I'm like, with parents that are going to put it up on the wall? Or is it on a stand? Is it on like a nightstand?
It's on her dresser.
It's on her dresser, okay.
Yeah, it's going to get mounted on the wall eventually. But my Lord, is it a monstrosity.
Is it bigger than the TV you have in your living room?
Yeah, it's about the same size.
About the same size?
Yeah,
okay.
but I guess, you know, Bluey looks good on there, so.
I guess.
Whatever floats your boat, girl.
I saw some of Billy Hibbert from the Hibbert family in McGuanago. Billy lives in Indianapolis now. He's a school teacher down there. And he and his significant other got a 98-inch TV.
I saw you
to go in
just
their
moved.
living room.
Yeah.
So it's
you know what? If that's how you want to float your boat,
like
float your boat.
I can't.
Man.
Yeah, it's like going to an IMAX right there with a 98-inch TV. I got an IMAX at home. What do you got? Geez, I still got a
CRT with the VCR combo.
Yeah. I should have saved all those old CRTs that work. Should have saved all those things to the trash, and because they're going. Especially like the monitors that would fit in video games, because there's so many resurgent arcades now. They want to get the CRTs for the backups because they can't use an LED monitor with them, or they'd have to convert the hell out of them or something. I'm sure.
Okay.
And they see people they're old CRT or old television sets or old CRT monitors, $400, $500, $600 to get the monitor, you get the screen out of it. Yeah, just nuts. So, up. Took them a while to fall asleep. They've only been asleep for like 20 minutes, Leanne says. So
that's fair enough.
Yeah.
They don't have to go tomorrow, so.
Right. So Leilani's going to be cutting the lawn tomorrow, and the kids will be weed whacking. The other two boys will be weed whacking, or you got the chores all listed off for them already?
I don't know if I trust my children with power tools yet. maybe a screw gun or something, but. We'll leave the lawn mowing to Dad for the time being, because I could just see him not paying attention to what's in front of them, and all of a sudden, brr, Dad,
or something goes pinging off the siding on the house.
Right.
Exactly. Big Quest having himself one heck of a game here. Let's get back over to Steve, as he's going to be stepping up in his 10th frame.
Yeah, he's got 8 out of 9 so far. D'Artagnan's got a good run there on the same pair too. He's got three-bagger going into the 10th. Couple scores in the clubhouse right now. We got a 212, 217, 204 over on lane 5.
Yeah, well, Emma's got the spare there, so if she marks in the 10th frame, she'll be in the 220s. So I would think, looking at the scoring pace from earlier this evening, anybody over 205's got to be feeling pretty good about their chance to advance with their handicap. As soon as I say that, Ben at 212, Sam at 217, Todd at 204.
Right.
With their handicaps. Remember, the scores you see from Lane Talk do not include the handicaps. Jake and Kenny's going to have plenty. Lucas is going to have a chance. Yeah, Lucas will be in the 2 teens.
You know, Jess is sitting over there on 166 going into the 9th here, so
she'll need.
If she can find her way to like a mark and good count, and then maybe another mark in the 10th, she could enter the conversation.
Oh, now D'Artagnan blower 710, but he got the first one in the 10th, so he's sitting okay. Good quest.
Jaden just whiffed a single pin, but he's still sitting in a very good spot.
Yeah, he's 250s. Let's check in on the low end after Steve. Whiffs the 10 pin.
Let's see. We got Kellen Baldowicz. Looks like he's about a 200 even, or 201. Chris, 239. And one in the 100s for Lori. We'll see if anything there pans out.
So it doesn't look like Lori's going to get back into the finals for the 3rd week in a row.
Yeah, Lori would be, she's 181, so yeah, she's going to be pretty far out of it. So yeah, the 3-peat to the finals for Lori, that dream has ended, but she'll get a little bit extra sleep tonight.
Yep.
So that's always a good positive thing.
All right, well, we'll get scores calculated. We'll bring 9 bowlers back for the aptly named round of 9. And once again, I want to thank our friends at American Place Casino. Once we get in the top 4 finals, the chance to win free play on jackpot shots and Spare Sudo. And as always, our champions bucket. Thanks to our friends at Holtz Motors, right up the road on Highway 100 Forest Home and Hales Corners. If you're looking for some new vehicles right now, go to the Holtz Motors website, holtzmotors.com, and you'll see some great financing deals that are out there right now on some new cars and SUVs. So Kevin will be back, I'll be back, and the round of 9 coming up next.
His first video he pulled up was him practicing
call for our kitchen tonight. Last call for any food orders.
I shoot 240 every game, I'll take it.
It's the tilt. If you got more tilt, the ball would save a little more energy and get around the corner. If you're throwing it slower. So I would certainly try. I would go in. If I wanted more tilt, I would focus on putting the ball weight down my center finger.
No,
Third top. Oh yeah.
If I'm not getting tilt, my hands like I put the weight on my hand on the inside, because then when my hand goes through the side, my fingers, if you like draw a line in the middle, my fingers are on the inside of the ball. So when I went down there, it's becoming more but I mean like so yeah, Nancy. I don't get 1 point.
I don't know anything about the system. Somebody told me that by advancing
Like if I was like 0 degrees and I'm rolling at 1 point, I didn't feel like right on the side. If I had tilt,
All right, bowlers, results here from our round of 18. The cut number making it through into the top 9 tonight is 214. 214 was the cut number making it through. And bowlers, I will read your names from number 1 on down to number 9. As you come up here to the bowling counter, not only do you get to choose the lane that you're going to be on, but you also get to choose one of the 9 chamois that are up here from Top Notch Pro Shop. Courtesy of Matt Gasn that was here tonight in the booth with us with $2 Phil. So, number 1 qualifier coming out of the round of 18, 248 for Steve Bequest. Number 2 qualifier, 238 for D'Artagnan Sellers. Number 3 qualifier, we had a tie at 236, and that tiebreak goes to Alejandro Gallegos. Number 4 qualifier, also 236, Jaden Kenny. Number 5 qualifier at 230, Chris SPF Hoffman. That's your new nickname, Chris. SPF. It still hurts, got it. Number 6 qualifier, 220 is John Stud Halaska. Number 7 qualifier, 217, Sam Medina Conchi.
Yes.
Number 8 qualifier, 216 in that round, Dominic Fortson. And your cut number at 214, making it through into the top 9, Lucas Will. All right, top 9 bowlers, congratulations once again for making another cut here in the Summer Sweeper Series. Don't forget, if you are looking ahead to the top 4 tonight, additional prizes being given away. Other than the money for where you finish, we've got that 4-pack of tickets to Summerfest as well to give away. So if you make it into the top 4, you'll get one of those tickets for Summerfest coming up, I believe starts next week. Looking ahead to next week, we're also going to have some Summerfest tickets to give away in addition to some concert passes at Summerfest. So lots of fun happening here. Once all 3 bowlers that are assigned to your pair are present and everybody is ready to bowl, you can go ahead and push the blue check marks and then next and then play on the scoring stations, and that's going to get you your 3 minutes of practice here in the round of 9. Congratulations everybody once again, good luck and great bowling.
All right. Practice underway. Only 3 pairs in play. 1 and 2, 5 and 6, 9 and 10. We'll get you some player introductions once we know where everyone's been assigned. And they completed their 3 minutes of practice.
I'm excited to check this place out.
It's gotta be better than our usual.
Feel invisible at other casinos?
Welcome. Great to see you.
Hey, we see you. Because at American Place, we go above and beyond to deliver not just great gaming and dining, but personal service and attention where nothing is overlooked. Especially you. American Place Casino.
Long time no see. You have no idea.
You won't even like their name even mentioned in the same breath as yours. What have you done to people? What does this mean? Only one, thank God.
A couple of our pairs almost done with practice. Kevin Meyer will be joining me back in the booth shortly. I'm $2 Phil Brylow. And let's give you your rundown of your players in play here. In this round of 9, on 1 and 2, you have your number 5 seed, Chris Hoffman, your number 8 seed, Dominique Fortson, your number 9 seed, Lucas Well. Up on 5 and 6, your number 3 seed, Alejandro Gallegos. Your number 6 seed, John Halaska. Your number 7 seed, Sam Medina Conchi. And up on 9 and 10, your leading qualifier in the round of 18, Steve Bequest. Your number 2 qualifier, D'Artagnan Sellers, both champions over the last couple of weeks. And rounding out the pairing, Jaden Kenny. As we are underway on 9 and 10. We'll be underway on the other pairs momentarily. Yeah, we'll do the old bounce around as we are making our way towards our top 4 after this game. Remember, once again, if you're joining us for the first time, all pinfalls from the round of 18 have disappeared. It's just this game and this game only that counts towards making the top 4. Hey, Leanne, if the kids are good with an iron, I can send over some dress shirts I need some wrinkles out of. So if you got the kids doing laundry, Leanne, I'll drop some shirts off tomorrow or Friday, and I'll just pick them up after the weekend.
We can do that.
Sure. Make a couple of bucks. I mean, not that an Asian laundry is a stereotype or anything. So.
Oh, man. Oh, remind me sometime to tell you about what a double gutter in the first frame is.
Off air, of course.
Yeah, oh yeah.
There you go. Sellers looking to go back-to-back weeks and off to a good start this game.
I was just having a great conversation with Jill Zenkowski. Her first event, she made a cut. She had a great time. And, I'm always hoping for some of that organic growth where a friend invites a friend. And a great example this week, Alejandro Gallegos came because Rocky Harrison invited him along last week.
Yeah.
Didn't make a cut, but he came along this week, and he brought his friend Dominique with him. So it's like, hey, people are having a good time and bringing friends along. That's what it's all about. So happy to see a little bit of organic growth, as I like to say.
Absolutely. And it's great to see the bowlers we've seen over the last few weeks. Couldn't make it this week, watching on the live stream. So, and dropping some great questions in for Matt Gasn while we had Matt in the booth as well.
Yeah, I will say of like my experiences in bowling and things like that. Matt's a guy who, when it comes to ball motion for a bowler and how to fit a layout to that bowler, he's one of the best. There's a lot of really, really good pro shop operators in the Milwaukee area, which we are very, very lucky to have access to, and Matt is definitely one of them. So if you are in the Waukesha or Racine areas, or even Franklin, another great option to have is a guy like Matt Gasn.
Yeah, all these pro shops haven't been in business for a long time without being successful drillers.
Correct.
And everybody's got their own little favorites and that kind of thing. But I mean, geez, you look at Joe Serrar 50 years before he finally retired, drilling stuff. Dwight's got to be pushing 40 in the biz at a minimum.
Does a good ball driller ever retire?
No, they just get plugged.
Or they operate out of the basement.
Garage, yeah.
Yeah. Jaden looks like he's really, really struggling on this pair. What was he qualified at? What? Number 4. Okay.
I didn't recognize him. He's got a better haircut than me over the last week.
I saw it.
I'm like, What? Did he go down to DeCarlo Salon and Barbershop?
That could be.
Did he have a certificate or something? Or
he came in, and I had seen he posted clips from a tournament he bowled this weekend, and I saw that the locks were gone, and I was like, oh, all right. Well, I could probably, at least he can't say I couldn't hit my mark because I couldn't see it. And he missed the same way on his last shot. He just missing the 3-pin there.
I wanted so badly a few minutes ago because somebody hollered at Count and goes, "Wow, Count's 74 years old. He's got really good hearing." I was going to say, yeah, because you got to hear somebody sneaking up on you in prison. And I didn't say it while Count was here, and I also just said it again without Count being here. Count went in the men's room.
I'm sure he Irish exited though.
Count? No, he just went in the men's room a second ago. That's still his food and his drink right there.
Oh yeah, he wouldn't leave. He wouldn't leave anything.
You mean he's never asked for a to-go glass for his Diet Pepsi?
of all the dumb crap he's said, I don't believe he's ever asked for a to-go glass.
I see he's got his food in that.
But
Is that popcorn he's got in the to-go container? Or?
No, actually, Count will come in occasionally and get himself the grilled chicken salad here.
Okay.
And I did pop my head back in the kitchen. Josh Dowlin's working in the kitchen tonight, and I told him, I was like, I looked at that salad, and I almost stole it because I knew I could from Count.
All right. Question from the chat. What will the pattern be next week? Nobody cares about the booth guest. They just want to know the pattern.
I can tell you 100% that I have no idea.
There we go.
I've been working all week and last week to continue to line up booth guests. And once I get the booth guest, then I kind of try to tailor the event to it. So as of right now, I do not know.
Yeah, I've got a couple of people that screamed as soon as you posted that stuff before the season started. Hey, I want to be in the booth. All right. Send them texts, send them Facebook messages. Nothing. Check your Facebook Messenger, people. Probably sent a couple of you something.
Oh, I'm working on a few, and last year I really loved the event that we had when Lauren Schaefer came up.
Yeah.
And, called to action with you for the day when we did fundraising for DSAW and trying to get see if there's some availability from folks from DSAW to come in and do another one again.
Yeah, maybe right before the golf and bowling combo.
Yeah, something like that. So I'm trying to line up those. I got Matt Urban coming in 2 weeks, I can tell you that.
All right, there we go.
So Matt Urban's going to be back so we can talk about his success. He's had a couple feature wins already this year.
He was on Racing Roundup last night, I believe.
Yep.
On that internet.
So Matt's got some fun stuff to talk about once again. Always glad to have Matt here. He's a great steward for our logo. Like what a great partnership that's been.
Yeah.
So
yeah, maybe your logo is going to make it on the Racing Roundup TV show this Saturday on Channel 18. Because the Racing Roundup every week.
That would be awesome.
They have a little half-hour kind of condensed version of their podcast on Channel 18 on Saturday morning. So,
yeah, and I like I said, I just reached out to Matt and see when he's available, and it's interesting because I couldn't tell you the first thing about racing. I'm not good at it, but I can appreciate everything that goes into it, all of the engineering and the tweaking and the testing and the just everything that goes into making a race car do what it does. And it's really awesome to not only get a peek into that world, but to have a guy who's up and coming and keeps being a little bit more successful every time he goes out there. Like that's really cool to have a logo out there on a guy who's succeeding.
All right, I know, Justin, you're watching. Can Matt strap in a second seat into that car and take Kevin for like 5 hot laps? I will be there with cameras galore, and I want to make sure I get that on video if that happens.
I'll just sit on his lap.
Justin says he's going to get you in the pits one of these days.
Yeah, we've been talking about that, and I think now we're kind of getting to the point where we got a little more free time, so we can make that happen. So, yes, very long story short, I don't know. I don't know what the pattern or the event's going to look like next week.
Oh, good thing we just cut the D'Artagnan with the solid head pin.
Oh, man. Well, hopefully he doesn't miss the head pin twice. That would be unfortunate, but he's, filling frames here, got a double, what looks to be 3 spares here coming up, so.
Yeah, I mean, looking around.
Not in a bad position. Not a lot of big scores right now, though.
No, the only string I see is down on 1 and 2 at
that looks to be Dominique.
Dominique, yeah.
First time bowler in the Sweeper Series. Could be making a final here.
The rate he's going, yeah.
D'Artagnan succeeds in making connection with the head pin.
All right, let's get back to 1 and 2. We'll take a look at Dominique when he steps back up. Working on 3 in a row.
Speaking of head, oh no, that's a 3-pin. I thought Stud left the head pin over there on lane 6.
At least you didn't drop Leanne's name in after that. That's what
Head pin. Head pin, Phil.
Head pin.
Sorry, honey, I didn't initiate that one. That was Phil. Dominique stepping up. So, if I recall correctly, he was around a 150 average. 150, yeah, on the nose. And his games have all been around, the 140, 150, 160 range. So
we're gonna miss that. We're gonna miss that next line of storms going just to the south of us. But our friends at American Place getting rained on pretty hard to get on the south side of Chicago, and they are getting whooped on right now down there. So
that's okay. Chicago deserves it.
Yeah.
And it'll go eventually into Indiana.
I gotta get
Dominique with another one. Four-bagger there.
I gotta get down to American Place just to see the shovel where the shovels were digging last Wednesday, as they've started construction on the permanent facility. I'm gonna miss the temporary when it is actually gone. I've had some good times there. I've had some good conversations there. I've had some wins.
It's an interesting experience from the outside, but once you're inside, I actually really love the layout because you can kind of see end to end. You're not like overwhelmed by like, oh my gosh, I don't know what turn I just made in this casino.
You're not backing your chair into the chair behind you.
Right.
So, Jaden keeps threatening to tear his shirt. Just do it already. Come on. I want to get down. There
Superman.
Oh, you know what you should do the last night before the remodel? You should specify certain chairs and tables that bowlers can punch and kick or whatever, but they got to pay a $5 fine to DSAW, and they can just beat the crap out of a table.
So I did have an idea, and I'm sure it would have involved a waiver that I don't want to get involved in, but we're going to have a smash special where you can come in, we'll make smash burgers, we'll serve Smirnoff smash drinks, and you can smash a table for $25. But I was like, man, if somebody gets hurt doing that, insurance.
Yeah, waiver and all. But, they got those rooms now, those smash rooms or breaker rooms or whatever. I'm sure there's a way that you could get away with that somehow.
It was an idea that I floated, and then I quickly went, I don't want to pay for anybody's hospital bills just in case.
Right.
So, but yeah, I could say last week, go ahead and kick that chair. That's fine.
Justin says that they can't get a seat in the car because their cars have a full interior deck. Okay, can we take some duct tape and some zip ties to the roll cage? We'll put a helmet on them at least.
Or we'll just take one of my chairs from the remodel.
Oh, there you go.
And strap it to the hood.
Right.
Yeah.
Right on
top. I'll be like the the bullhorns on
an old limo.
Chevy. Yeah.
Well, Bequest, he's got a long way to go though. He's got no doubles and 2 opens.
Steve looks like the pattern's getting to him here. Jaden's having some struggles on that pair as well.
Stud might have a good chance here. Stud's sitting on a double in the 7th and 8th. Can go off for 225 scratch, and then you throw 42 handicap pins on top of that. We might have our first finals for Stud in 2026.
That is impressive after a day of playing pickleball. It's interesting the things you come up with and just talking to the bowlers, and it's like they don't know. Now they probably do because I'm going to say it, but I'm just digging for booth fodder when I'm talking to everybody.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
It's like I got to have something fun to talk about.
So I'm sure John does other athletic endeavors other than bowling and pickleball. He might play. I wonder if he plays an occasional round of golf or something, maybe, or I don't know.
I'd have to ask him. Not sure. But he does bowl a fair amount, though. I see John, posted when he goes down to the what's that center in Illinois where they have the ABT stuff.
There's a couple of them down there, but yeah, I've seen John post.
He gets down there, bowls those. He bowls our sweepers. I think he has bowled. He bowls in that singles challenge league in the falls.
Oh, on Wednesday nights.
On Wednesday nights, yeah. Just to stay sharp on bowling, So it's that guy is a well-diversified man, that's for sure.
Through the nose, but I think a mark here and any good count in the 10th should be enough with the lack of scoring we're seeing.
Sure, yeah.
Hoffman's got a big run going here. Not a big run. A double's a double.
A run enough, yeah. He's 132. He can max 222 plus
scratch.
6.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hoffman.
Let's get back to Alaska before Hoffman shoots here.
If Hoffman makes the finals, I'll be sure to get a good shot of his suntan or his sunburn in the finals recap. He's got a perfect outline of his watch.
Oh, Mike Donnelly says Stud is an awesome pool player as well.
Oh, no kidding.
So I believe it.
All right.
I believe it. So never, if John goes, hey,
he's a hustler, baby.
Right. You want to play some 9-ball for cash? That'll be a big no there.
He's it's interesting how many bowlers are either like good dart or good pool players as well, because those things all kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah. I lost a game of 301 darts one time with a 300-point lead. So to somebody.
That's
he got the start.
Yeah.
Shout out. Hat trick. I missed the one. And Bull, trip 17. Thanks for playing.
Hey, he gone. Oh, we got a single. Oh, he doesn't have to shoot at it, though. Sam Medina. I think this is Sam's first top 9. He's, I think.
Yeah, he was top 18 last week, so he keeps sneaking up on the top 4 finals.
Sam is a new bowler to the series this year. I don't recall seeing Sam prior to this season, so having some success here. See what Stud can do here. He's stepping up 159. He can max 89 plus his sticks, so could put himself in a very good position here with a mark and count here in the 10th. Got Chris finishing 211.
There you go, Stud. 221. Sellers can finish with his pins, can finish in the 240 range.
Yeah, we got 221 for Chris. Dominique is big number down there.
So Dominique definitely in. Let's take a look. Jaden not going to have enough. Bequest not going to have enough.
Not gonna bowl here anymore. A little Office Space reference. Just don't take a bat to my printer, please.
Yeah.
Alejandro 213 in the conversation.
Hey, turn on channel 9. They got the breast exam.
Hey, come check out this chick. Oh, my bad, man. I thought you might want to see this. Hey, what's this I hear about you not doing your TPS reports, Phil?
I have 7 managers, Bob. 7.
What's your favorite Michael Bolton song? I kind of like them all. That's what I would say, too. I love Office Space. What a classic.
Here's your flare.
Peak Jennifer Aniston.
Yes.
So anyway, yeah, Dominique, he's going to be the #1 qualifier coming in. 250s, 213, Alejandro, Chris 221 already in the books. Stud could be the same 221 with a Phil here. And D'Artagnan also in the conversation down there. So I think unofficially. So we got John fills that frame for 221. Another 221 for Chris. Dominique 255.
D'Artagnan high.
That's going to give him. He could be 228 with Mark and Phil. So I think that's our unofficial top 4 there. It'd be D'Artagnan, John.
221 for D'Artagnan if he goes spare Phil because it gave him his count already, doesn't it? 7? Yeah.
It hasn't counted anything in the 10th.
Oh, it hasn't counted anything in the 10th yet. Okay.
So, yeah, he's at 218 plus the next ball. So we're looking at John, Chris, Dominique, and D'Artagnan looking for the back-to-back.
All right. Looking to stretch out that season-long points lead.
Clean game here from D'Artagnan, too. That's one way to get yourself moving forward on a tough pattern.
Yeah. With a solid head pin conversion as well. So,
hey,
all right,
Kevin's
got some pictures to take. We've got some bowlers to move over to 3 and 4. Here, once again, is our championship pair. And we'll be back with that top 4 finals for this American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series after a short audio intermission.
My mom's here.
We could. Never know. No, I want to break with you.
He only does good on dry pattern. When it's dry, that's the only time he does good.
I can't shoot for nothing on a house shot. I do better on challenge pattern.
Throw now. You bust all your. I never made
It does better when it's a damn person.
Last year I made that 3 times. I never made the final 4.
Better not.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, hit you in the top? Wait, so who I'm going
10 or 12 like that. Because I'm 66.
Hey,
Knee replacement, torn bicep here. I'm happy I can text me this morning. All these young stallions. I was just dog sled it. I was just dog sled it just not to get it out because it just jerked up.
They gonna have this at
I know.
All right, bowlers, results from our round of 9 tonight. Coming in 9th place today, 182 in the last game, taking home $45. Jaden Kenny.
I'm next.
8th place finisher, $50 winner with a 188 in the last game, Steve Bequest. Number 7 finisher tonight, 192 in the last game, $55 for the effort for Lucas Will. Number 6 finisher tonight, 195 in the last game, taking home $60. Sam Medina Kachi. And your 5th place finisher tonight, 213 in the last game, $65 for the effort. Congratulations, Alejandro Gallegos. All right, bowlers, so the cut number making it through into the top 4 tonight was 221. And then top 4 bowlers, as I read your names, come on up here to the bowling counter. Not only did you get to select which lane you want to start on our championship pair, there are also 4 Summerfest tickets up here on the bowling counter. You can each grab one for making it into the top 4 tonight. Number 1 qualifier going into our finals tonight, 255 in his very first Summer Sweeper Series. Congratulations, Dominique Fortson. Number 2 qualifier, 228, looking to go back-to-back. Last week's champion, D'Artagnan Sellers. Number 3 and 4, we had a tie at 221. The tiebreaker goes to the higher qualifier coming into the round 9, and that was Chris SPF Hoffman.
Hey, I bet I was the highest scratch.
And then your other number 4, your number 3 qualifier tied 221. The cut once again, John Stud Halaska. As we shared on the broadcast, John played 2.5 hours of pickleball this morning. So, John, how old are you again? 82. If my kids tell me they're tired at like 3 o'clock and want snacks, I'm going to tell them to go play 2.5 hours of pickleball and then bowl a tournament. All right, top 4 bowlers. If I can get you guys out on the approach in front of the ball returns, we're going to take our picture for the Facebook recap, and then we'll get our finals going.
Kevin, when does Stud have to take the drug test?
John, do we need to drug test your brother? Oh, all right.
Well, he hasn't been drug tested for his job in 20 years. No, I will.
You're old. You can afford it.
All right, so there you see Kevin getting everybody ready for that picture. Now we know that D'Artagnan and Dominique, obviously we had their ages together. They're definitely younger than Stud. I don't know. What could be a Chris could be older than the Dominique and D'Artagnan's combined age. Find out. Bowlers are going to get 3 minutes of practice.
Top 4. Quick reminder going into the finals, thank you to our sponsor, American Place Casino. There are strike pins in both lanes on 3 and 4. If that strike pin comes up and it is the head pin and you strike on that shot, that is a jackpot shot, and you will win yourself $50 in free play to American Place Casino. If you have a 9 count and your only remaining pin is that strike pin and you convert that spare, that is a spare for go, and you also get a $50 to Place Casino for that shot as well. Don't forget we've got the Holtz Motors Championship Bucket. We've got the weekly sweeper belt to play for, and our top prize tonight is $165 you're playing for. So if everybody is ready to rock and roll, you guys can go ahead and push the blue check marks, and then next, and then play for, once again, 3 minutes of practice here in our finals. Congratulations, good luck, great bowling.
Thank you, Kevin, once again. We are underway with 3 minutes of practice for our players. AC Sellers looking to go back to back.
I didn't move deep enough this last game because I was They're that close. Really good.
So once again, it's tough to win 2 titles in a single season. Let alone back-to-back weeks. D'Artagnan Sellers with that chance, that would also really extend his points lead in the season-long points race over Steve Bequest and others, as they are already eliminated from the field this evening. Steve, though, with a top 9 finish, he'll keep himself close to that
top 9
top
gets you
spot.
2 points at least. D'Artagnan guaranteed 3. I don't recall where he finished as far as like either if he was top scratch or handicap qualifier, but I'll figure that all out as we go through the tabulations, as they say.
So about a minute of practice left for our players. Let's go through our 4 players. Your number 1 seed, Dominic Fordson. Your number 2, D'Artagnan Sellers. Number 3, Chris Hoffman. Number 4, John Halaska. Fordson catching 64 pins of handicap. Sellers 26, Hoffman 23, and Halaska 42. Once again, your scores that you'll see thanks to our friends at Lane Talk will not be including the handicap, but we'll bring you along there. Chris Hoffman wasting a jackpot shot pin.
Oh, he's walking off of it. He doesn't want to throw at it.
Well, it's D'Artagnan starts, so are they gonna stall it and give D'Artagnan the shot? That is sportsmanship right there.
You know, Chris might have the worst watched hand I've ever seen in my life. But
well,
look
at his arm right now.
Yeah.
You can see his right arm above the elbow.
I gotta go get my sunglasses. Actually,
that is insane.
The contrast between his regular skin and his sunburn is off-putting. Or is that the glare off of John's head? I don't know.
Wow.
I say that as a man who has no hair.
Yeah, that's true too.
I'll point the finger firmly at myself for that one.
All right, we got our names, we got our scoreboards, and we're 2 for 8 on jackpot shots for this season. But here's our first chance tonight. There, as you see at the end of lane 4.
I got my sound effects warmed up and ready to go.
There we go. The red, white, and blue pen for D'Artagnan Sellers. $50 in American Place Casino free play if he does strike on this shot. But John looking to take away a little D'Artagnan's thunder early. Unfortunately, John leaves just the 4-7. Here you see a little closer up view. Looking for that perfect game. Split and come strike it rich at American Place Casino.
Oh, hey, we got ourselves
there we go.
$50. Well done, D'Artagnan. No pressure.
Over to John. And he gets it covered up nicely. First look in the finals here in his first trip to Country Lanes for an APC Summer Sweeper Series event.
Oh, the outside oil caught him on that one. He got that one wide all the way. Maybe a little bit of nerves there, but
it would not surprise me if the nerves were in full effect at this point for that young man. How about that for Chris Hoffman?
maybe I should change his nickname from SPF to Splashy. We'll come up with something fun.
SPF, strikes perfectly fine. There you go.
There was an Austin Powers joke about the watch earlier, but I'll leave that for those who know the movie.
Ooh.
There's a good cover.
Dominique gets them all. Over to D'Artagnan.
He didn't leave that one up to chance by, just hitting the left side of the head pin there. He made sure to get it all the way across and let the ball hit all three.
D'Artagnan had to clutch it last week. Lori Exner left an opening after she didn't strike first ball in the 10th frame.
Oof.
And made D'Artagnan get double and 9 to win, and D'Artagnan did just that.
And he took advantage of a good break there. He's to leave only the 6 pin on that shot.
And never count out the stud.
That's about as ripped of a rack as stud is going to give you right there. That was a nice shot. Ooh, is that going to hang on? It did. All right.
Yeah.
I didn't know if he had polyester in his hand there because that was pointing itself straight in the channel.
There's a holy sunburn that's been dropped in the chat about SPF. Oh, if he comes in the booth, I just
that is the almost epitome of farmer tan. If that would have gone, if his sleeve was just a little bit shorter while he was golfing, it would have given him that little bit over the elbow. Oh, support your local bowling center in the summertime, ladies and gentlemen.
Raise them up high.
I've got my sound effect ready for that one as well.
And this time Hoffman can't take 4 down.
He's even got it on his legs.
It is. Yeah.
Good Lord, Chris.
Oh.
He said he used an SPF or a sunscreen that was in his bowling bag for a long time, and he thought it was a bit watery when he put it on.
Well, why would you have it in your bowling bag when you're golfing?
Or no, anyway, he said it was in his golf bag.
Okay, yeah.
And we got a conversion on the 5-pin. There goes my fiscal quarter.
Does he wear a golf? I don't think he wears a golf glove. I'm looking for where it ends at his wrist.
I always get the golf glove tan.
Yeah, I'm trying to see in his left hand because I would assume he's a right-handed golfer as well.
These are all questions that folks can put in the chat and make sure you tag Chris on all these so he can come back later and answer them all. Hoffman with 2 N's, I learned tonight. I've always been spelling it wrong.
Yeah, I've known
Peyton Nabok exited the building, ladies and
there's
gentlemen.
the 3, 6, 7, 10 for John.
Well, this is a long pattern. If this ball comes out light, we could see a spare for dough opportunity, but D'Artagnan's been...
Oof.
It was light, but it was not light enough to keep
vicious
the in there.
Vicious. Wrap 10.
But D'Artagnan put together a clean game in the round of 9.
Hey, shooter! Hey, shooter! Oh, that did not miss by much. Oh, it's nice having the security camera fixed. Went through 2 apparently I've got a bad cable that then had a bad camera HDMI output on another camera. So we go through any more cameras here, I'm out of luck. Just I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to dust a few off for the old ones.
So our feed will only have 2 camera shots.
Yeah.
My gosh, what are we coming to here?
Really
great shot by
one more
Hoffman
camera shot than they had for the PBA's the USBC Senior Masters a couple of days ago. So
that shot from Chris, that was a shining star of a shot.
Yes.
Wouldn't you say? He's a bright guy.
It had more. He was so bright it needed sunglasses that he probably didn't wear while he was golfing today either. Probably has some retinal damage we don't know about yet. I love it when the belt is on the championship bucket. It's such a good-looking award to have. Once again, thanks to our friends at Holtz Holtz Motors.
Yeah, we got a comment from the Holtz page, and saying thanks for putting it out there, and thank you, Holtz, for giving us those buckets to give away. Those are fantastic prizes to clean your game up, keep everything inside and outside looking great.
Oh,
is that going to hold on? Oh, just held on just enough for Dominique to catch the head pin.
I watched him short arm that one, and I thought it was trouble.
Twice on that lane, he's let it, wide off of his hand, and that ball never had a chance to get back to the head pin off his hand on that lane. So I don't know if they're playing different for him or he just happened to just let it float out on that lane. But he's going to have to look to make an adjustment for sure.
Do you know somebody with a nickname of Itchy? Somebody's looking for Itchy in the chat.
What about Scratchy? They're on Simpsons.
No, they're looking for Itchy.
They fight. The
Mario
Itchy
Ayala
and
is looking for
Scratchy
Itchy.
show.
Itchy, where you at? Says Mario Ayala.
Over the top once again, and
Oh,
it carries.
huge break.
And
Huge break.
That's dangerous because Dominique's coming in with the most handicap of anybody, and he's
64 pins.
3 spares and a strike so far. That's going to be tough to catch. Chris can do it here though if he puts some pressure on with a double. Good looking shot, picks him up.
Can't get the 7 to go.
Unfortunately, I've got those lumberjack pins in
Yeah,
right now.
look at that.
A little tougher to knock over.
I need sunglasses just when his shirt rides up. His elbows there. I mean, should we all chip in and send him to the urgent care for sun poisoning maybe or something? Uh-oh. Yeah, he came over the top of that one.
He might need urgent care for mental support after missing that 7 pin.
Well, let's see what Stuck can do here. Rounding out our 4th frame into the 5th.
That's a high one.
Oh, that 6-pin just didn't do the job.
Yeah, that ball, you could see missed inside a little bit, and it just didn't have enough opportunity to create shape on the back end to clear the corner.
Once again, Wisconsin Blue Wednesdays. When you're here for a American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series, enjoy. Drink Wisconsin Blue products. Just a 5 spot.
I can proudly say you're one of the few that doesn't stumble over the Summer Sweeper Series tongue twister.
I've said it so often, I think I've said it in my sleep a few times. And Stud switches to the polyester. I'd love to find an old Brunswick Mineralite that's as old as John is, not older, and make that his spare ball.
I wouldn't trust that it would make it through the machine
I know.
without splitting in half.
Yeah. Somebody dropped a flex in the chat.
Gee, I wonder, wide again on lane 4 for
yikes.
Dominique, and that one's going to be a little bit more difficult of a spare.
I'm going to check the records here. 1-5-6-9-10 for Dominique. Yeah, it's the first time he shot it in 2026, so he's looking to go 1 for 1.
Old tricks never die.
I mean, you got to you almost have to hit dead on the head pin.
Right.
Send it into the 6-10 and have the ball take out the 5 and 9. But before Dominique has a chance to do that, D'Artagnan looking to pile on here, looking for the turkey.
Thankfully for Dominique, he's left-handed. That might make that a bit easier.
Yeah. Oh yeah, if you were a righty, that would not be fun.
Nice shot there.
There you go.
Just enough float, holding enough energy, creating that angle off the back of the pattern.
I mean, you talk about 2 distinctly different patterns.
Yeah.
Between last week and this week, and Dominique gets the open. D'Artagnan looking to go back to back.
Even with that open, Dominique's still in a very good position. Steve Bequest, out the building, ladies and gentlemen. He's thinking to himself, I'll watch the finals tomorrow, and it gets posted on the $2 Phil page.
Probably, and then, of course, it'll be shared to the Country Lanes page as well.
Absolutely.
Thanks to everybody once again for tuning in.
Ooh, that's a pretty good shot there by Stud. And just no 7-pin, unfortunately.
I mean, one of the things you hate to say, thanks to Father Time, just doesn't have the ball speed he used to in his younger days, and you just need to get those momentum on the head pin, the 5-pin to get some breaks sometimes, and John just not finding that.
I keep forgetting. I think that ball is called the Zero Mercy, or is it the No Mercy? I forget which one. I'm not a Brunswick or Hamburg guy, but that I think it's a Zero Mercy. That Zero Mercy Pearl.
John wanted to get over and doesn't do it, and yeah, that's a world of hurt now.
That Zero Mercy Pearl, if you need a ball that is clean, check mark, that's not like an uncontrollable, but just very strong off the point ball, that is it. That ball is very, very good for Hammer. That
needs a lot of help.
Not going to get there on, it did hang on for the 8-pin, but now we got back-to-back opens for Dominique. Ends that early momentum he had going. The D'Artagnans and Chris's of the world can hopefully capitalize here a little bit for them. That ball's not going to get there either. Chris missed that one a little bit wide. You can see where a player like D'Artagnan can hold the middle of the lane with something clean and get it to really create that shape down lane, whereas Chris doesn't have that wiggle room down there. He's got to be pretty pinpoint accurate right now.
Why am I in the mood for lobster for lunch tomorrow? Looking at Chris. I want a lobster roll for lunch tomorrow.
There's a shrimp joke too, but I'll let that go.
Uh-oh.
Goodness. Sent the 2 right around the 4.
Boy, it's just these players right now can't afford to make mistakes against D'Artagnan, and they are doing it.
Chris might be cooked.
He's in a pot of trouble right now.
That's a This is the fun part of my job, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Right here. This is the fun part. You want to have fun in life? Buy a bowling alley and get Phil to come to your.
You know what Chris is going to blame it on is that he sunburned his thumb, and now it's starting to,
Sure.
It's starting to peel a little bit.
Yeah. I'll see if Stud can pick up the corner and keep him alive.
Oh yeah, there it goes. Hold on. All right.
There's a little bit of surface on that polyester. It didn't find the gray boards. D'Artagnan though right now in a great position, looking to go back to back with a 4-bagger.
Why every time when Hoffman turns around, I'm thinking about playing darts and shooting at the bullseye? I don't know why.
Over the top, carrying it for Dominique, keeping himself in the conversation. You know, there was a pretty famous band back in the day, Tommy Two.
Oh, yeah. Was that 8675309?
I believe it was, yes. Yep. Chris may know the lyrics to that
I'm
song.
sure. I remember some of the lyrics. It's more of a Knack and My Sharona fan than.
He's kind of looking like a Neapolitan ice cream bucket right now too.
You just gotta. What do you?
Very clear definition in the lines.
Yeah.
Anybody want to put some money on if Stud can cover this 4-10 split he's got working here? Don't put it past him.
Yep.
He's been there, seen it all.
Looking good. Flat 10.
Flat 10. But that shouldn't kill the momentum D'Artagnan's
No.
got going. He's got a great score going in. It looks to be, depends on if we get a double here out of Chris. You know, it would still keep Chris in the conversation for this one. But right now we got a bit of a 2-horse race going on.
Yeah, D'Artagnan just has to worry about keeping the frames full.
Like you said last week when it gets down to it, you know, it's not gotta double here, but if Chris doesn't double here, you can pretty much count it being a 2-horse race.
There you go.
Keeps himself in the conversation. Keeps the pot boiling, as they say.
When did Colonel Sanders start selling lobster? You put him in. Can you imagine putting Chris in a white suit right now?
Kentucky Fried Chris.
With the
That's
bow
what
tie?
KFC
Kentucky
stands
Fried
for.
Chris?
Should we ask him what the secret recipe is? We got ourselves a moneymaker for the bowling center, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go. last thing Dominique wants to see right now.
KFC, Kentucky Fried Chris. I am marveling at that one for myself right now.
This one, it's not quite lockjaws for D'Artagnan, but it's going to be really close.
That's a little tight. Ooh, high flush.
Right.
Made that striped 7-pin find its way straight back into the pinwheel and go to the next rack.
We had a couple of weeks where it came down to the final ball, Kevin, and this week.
Uh-oh.
We'll have one. All right, everybody. Those of you that have your hands up online, leave your email address in the chat, and we'll have Dominique send you a virtual NFT.
Or maybe
token.
I'll just have him slap 20 down, and I'll put a gift card behind the counter, and you can come collect your shot of Malort. We now have Tingala here. Have you heard of Tingala, Phil?
No.
Hey, nice shot there.
There you go, John.
Tingala is like a cinnamon whiskey that actually has this like herbal flower component to it that actually makes your tongue tingle. I'll pour you one later.
All right. Let's see what Dominique can do here. Try to turn around a little bit. Get a good finish. I think the nerves may have just got in my hair.
Yeah,
getting in a situation like
that's
this.
Very understandable. Being first sweeper series and you make the finals. I mean that's pretty darn good accomplishment.
All right, let's do the math. Maybe there is a little excitement yet to be had here.
Kentucky Fried Chris keeping himself in the conversation. So he can max 216 scratch with 23, so that puts him at 239 max. D'Artagnan looking, D'Artagnan can be 248 plus
Yeah,
sticks.
D'Artagnan just needs a mark.
So we're looking like D'Artagnan might be our back-to-back.
Yeah,
here.
just needs a mark.
Barring absolute disaster.
There you go.
There it is.
Strikes the best mark. Back-to-back weeks. Sure, I wasted all the time changing the champions
The
lower
graphic.
third last week. Yeah, and now I could have just left it the same and just ignored Matt Gasn all evening long.
Dominique with the fill there going into the 10th. Then, still second, third, fourth money's on the line. It's not anything to sneeze at there for these players, so they still want to finish with their best effort
absolutely.
they can here.
So it's been a while since we've had back-to-back champions here.
And D'Artagnan told me last week after we got done that was his very first tournament win ever last week.
Okay.
He had never won a tournament. He had quite the run of finishing in third. He was finishing third in like everything, he said. And now he got a taste of victory, and now he goes back-to-back. That's got to be a great feeling to say, hey, you know what? Now I got this.
And not only back-to-back with the cash, but back-to-back with the champions bucket. That's right. Holtz Motors, D'Artagnan Sellers once again going home with the bucket of great car care products for the interior and exterior of his vehicle. Thanks to our friends at Holtz Motors, and along with the $165 in cash for D'Artagnan tonight.
So friends of D'Artagnan,
Also,
if you need your car cleaned, you know the guy to talk to.
Oh, he'll just give him the product and just go, you're on your own. Let's be honest. I mean, you win 2 weeks in a row. You're not worried about, making a couple of bucks on the side.
Right,
But also $50 in free play for D'Artagnan at American Place Casino on his jackpot shot earlier this game. So once again, thanks to our friends at American Place once again for that. And be sure to check out all their latest promotions, including how, if you've yet to go down there, you can play $500 on American Place Casino on their promotions page at AmericanPlace.com. So thanks again for all their support.
Count Fuller stopping by the booth trying to intimidate me for some reason.
Oh, hold on. We have a chance.
We got a little drama.
We're 3 for 9. We can move above the 333 mark for the first time this season.
Let's see what you got, Kentucky Fried Chris. Oh, wide. Not even close.
Wow.
Wait for it.
I think he was trying to make that a spare for dough. He was trying to make it just the head pin. I think he was trying to Dan Glubka that one. We had Glubka do that on the Brew City Bowling Show this past season.
Well, just when you think you've seen it all in bowling.
Yeah.
That was a wide one from Dominique. How does that put him with a finish? 165, 229. Great effort.
Hey, great cover there by Hoffman. But unfortunately, he's going to come up a bit short. And,
However, this last shot.
Third place. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's at 205. Oh, he's already at 205.
Yeah.
So he's going to be third place. So.
Yeah, just needs to keep it on the lane.
All right, Phil, I'm going to go give out some money.
Thanks, Kev. We'll get you back in the booth with our champion, D'Artagnan, in just a few moments after the cash is awarded and the pictures are taken.
Did you peel some sunburn off of that last shot, or what? It's a little KFC, Kentucky Fried Chris. I get to go home. Yay! Well, that one's Kevin's. I can't take credit for Kentucky Fried Chris. That one's all Kevin.
Tired, sore.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
I have no excuse. I was off today. Did not get a shave. Yeah, shave. And makeup.
All right, Bullers, results from our finals tonight. Coming in fourth place, 201 in the last game. Don't forget, that man has 2.5 hours of pickleball under his belt tonight. Congratulations, John Stud Halasco, $100 winner. Third place tonight, $120 winner. 213 in the last game. Picked up the nickname Kentucky Fried Chris in the finals on the telecast. Congratulations, Chris Hoffman. Second place tonight, $229 in the last game, $140 winner once again in his very first American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series. Congratulations, Dominique Fortsell. And your winner tonight, $165, $261 in the last game. This man cannot be stopped currently. Back-to-back sweeper champion. Told me last week his first ever tournament victory was last week, and now he got a taste of it and he's addicted. D'Artagnan Sellers, congratulations. All right, D'Artagnan, you know the drill. We're going to take some pictures with the prizes. We're going to get you in the booth with Phil. We had a question in the chat tonight. What's next week? And the answer is, at this point, I'm not sure yet. So keep your eyeballs on Facebook. We'll get the event posted. We'll have a fun guest in the booth. We will see you next week.
There you go, sir. You'll see yourself right there. That camera right there.
All right, and this is the first time I've had the chance to do this since starting the live streams last year. I haven't had a back-to-back champion in the booth, and we have one now with D'Artagnan Sellers and Chris. Yeah, I don't know. I think his effort was pretty good out there himself. So, what did you learn from last week that helped you this week? I mean, it's a different pattern. It's a different outlook by the time you get to the finals. Is there something you learned last week winning that helped you win again this week?
Honestly, it was that same thing I mentioned last week where once I found a spot to the pocket, just keeping up with that, making my spares. I missed 0 makeables today and picked up a few splits as well. So that was the biggest thing is, once again, finding a way to get to the pocket, make my spares, and then eventually, get those strikes where I can.
Yeah, what was the equipment of choice this evening? Was it the same as last week, different than from last week, or were you
yeah, so basically I've been throwing the same balls for the last 8 months. It's the Gremlin Tour and Gremlin.
Okay.
Which is that combination. And then I also added in the Ember today because I knew it was going to get a little burnt up.
Okay.
And so that was my ball for the final, and then every other ball was just Gremlin and Gremlin Tour X.
Nice. Well, Kevin doesn't know what's coming out here next week, and so you're going to be surprised, but we're going to see you back next week. Yeah. Nobody's done 3 in a row. Yeah. I mean, so you're going to be here, obviously, I would assume.
Yeah, for sure.
And then here comes Kevin running towards the booth because we got more Adams polishes for you. That's right, our friends at Holtz Motors with the Champions Bucket.
Once again, my friend.
Nice.
So
I actually did use the polish that last
good stuff,
weekend.
ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Adams polishes, they don't get heard about a lot outside of the automotive industry. They are great things. You had one of those buckets myself, and I've done some detailing on my car. This stuff is awesome. And now, if any friends call them up, just hand them a sponge and some polish, and they'll be fine. So, no doubt about it. Kevin, any questions for our champion again? Because it's been, 3 years at least since somebody went back-to-back?
I don't remember the last back-to-back. I'd have to look into the archives of the Summer Sweeper Series and see when that last was. I know we have had it happen before. I just don't recall who it was or when it was. But we were talking on the telecast, last week was 53 bowlers. This week was 40, which you would think, that made it a little bit easier. But making that cut to 18, making that cut to 9, and all the finals has a lot of pressure. Everybody's watching you, so it's like to do that back-to-back is a mighty fine accomplishment. So congratulations, man.
Yeah, there's a lot of extra pressure for sure. Every shot was just like, strike here.
He keeps striking like this. He's going to bring 8 different people in round robin, that 3-person Baker team tournament coming up with the Baker's Dozen. He'll take 6 spots in the cash list there.
And Well, and you've got $45 off to an entry to that Baker Trios tournament. So make sure you get a team together and get in and see if you can win some more cash and prizes here at Country.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Entertaining, man. Congratulations
Thank you again.
Way to go. Let's see if we can do 3 in a row next week. Only way to find out, tune in on the live stream. For Kevin Meyer, I'm $2 Phil Brylow. Hey, parents, take the kids bowling because they're going to have fun for life. We'll see you next week from Country Lanes. Week 6 coming up at this American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series.
Hard to believe.
Good night, everybody.